Ruth, you can lead us in a word of prayer.
Heavenly Father, I want to put up. Let's humble ourselves and we pray. Heavenly Father, I want to say thank you for this moment you have given us to join ourselves in this many hall, oh Lord. I want to call upon your spirit, call upon your knowledge, call upon your wisdom to open our ears to hear what we are going to learn in this many hall. I want to rebuke any spirit of darkness, any spirit of asleep, any spirit of interaction, oh Lord. I want to call upon your spirit to come and guide us through until we complete this seminar in Jesus' mighty name I pray.
Amen. Thank you so much for the word of prayer, and we are happy to have you. I will ask schools that have students to have their videos on. In case you are having your students in the hall, feel free to have your video on as we start this session. We are humbled to have you on this call and all the children that are joining in from the different parts of the country. Thank you so much for sacrificing your time to be here. We want to thank the school administrators that are providing the resources. Thank you so much. We want to thank everyone that is doing his part to make sure that the students can access these resources. Students can be able to join in. We are really very grateful for all the sacrifices you are making. And one assurance I will guarantee you is that for anyone who is joining, your sacrifice will pay off and you will always reap what you are sowing at this particular moment. Allow me at this point to welcome our facilitator, Teacher Isaac, who is going to be leading us in our today's discussion. For schools that have not yet received their questions, we are going to share them in the chat such that you can be able to access them such that during the discussion, you are able to follow up. But in case there is a school that maybe has prepared something and you want to discuss such that our facilitator can be able to throw more light, feel free to let us know through the chat. But I'm very certain that many of us have prepared something and now we want to check out what we have prepared. Teacher Isaac, you are most welcome and kindly take over.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kaziba, for this opportunity. My name is Isaac Nyirimbibi, a chemistry teacher. And I want to welcome all schools who have joined us on this call at today's seminar and facilitation for chemistry. I just know the time that you're investing is paramount and you reap something out of this. I'm going to be sharing my screen. When you see what I'm sharing, please you let me know. You can now see my screen. Okay. Are we able to see my screen?
Yes, Teacher Isaac, the screen is on.
Okay, thank you. So today we are looking at chemistry facilitation 2025 for our competence-based curriculum. And for those who have just joined and the teachers who are there, the learners, today we shall be looking at chemistry paper 1. We shall be looking at chemistry paper 1. And we know very well that chemistry has a paper code of 545. And it is divided into 2 papers, where paper 1 is the theory, is the code 545/1, and then we have paper 2, which is practical. We can have it as 545/2 or 545/3. Stroke 3 is when the numbers are very many, and then the school decides to do 2 papers. But all these are for practical part. So in general, chemistry is divided into 2 papers, but today we shall be majorly looking at paper 1. There's something to note here, that the candidates are assessed in cursiva. Cursiva, it is in knowledge, understanding, skills, and attitude or values. So as we are going through assessments in chemistry, paper 1 and paper 2, we are assessed in all these areas. The knowledge about the concept of chemistry, we are looking at the understanding that we have, the skills, exhibiting the skills, we have the problem solving skills, mathematical skills, computation skills, all those, and the attitudes stroke the values. Now let's go direct to chemistry paper 1. So we have said that the chemistry paper 1, it has the code 545/1, and we are looking at its format. How is this paper organized? So we're saying that in chemistry paper 1, all items are scenario based. All items in chemistry paper 1 are scenario based. Don't have any question in chemistry that we shall find define what is a Bunsen burner. No. All items in chemistry are scenario based. And I say that this chemistry paper 1, it is a theory paper with a duration of 2 hours. Why do we need to know this time? That when we get a paper, we actually we make sure that we maximize our time very well, but also we plan for our time, the 2 hours that we have. This paper is composed of 2 sections, A and B, and in total it has 6 items. Here we have 2 items in section A. So you have 2 items in section A, but 4 items in section B. Now, you attempt a total number of 4 items in total, and we have 2 items from each section. So we do items from section A, and the 2 items in section A are compulsory items. Then in section B, we have 2 parts, where from each part, we select only 1 item, which makes the total number of 2 items in section B, and then the 2 compulsory items in section A. Now, when we go to section A, it comprises of 2 items with blocking tasks. So we say that all items in this paper are scenario based. But what are we saying? That these items are broken down into tasks. To find there, majorly you find that we are broken into 3 parts or 4 parts. And I'm saying that in section A, all items are compulsory. And this section also, it emphasizes on our knowledge on the concept and on the values. We exhibit the values as we do our chemistry. Then we are saying that the responses are written in spaces provided. We have found very many scenarios where learners, you find their spaces which are provided. The learner writes the response, and then the response is not fitting there, then they push it to the booklets. So we are saying that all the responses must be written in the spaces provided, not writing the response, and then when the space is not enough, you go to our booklets to write there the responses. The spaces the examiners give us in section A, they are very enough. The problem is when we start putting a lot of ones, yet we need to stick on the point and respond to the items according to how it has been set. Otherwise, whenever the space becomes very small, just know there's somewhere where you're writing too much, or some of the ones could be irrelevant, or giving very many points, yet they require you to give only 1 point. Through this session, we shall be able to see how best we can maximize the scores. How can we maximize the scores so that we get good scores in our assessments? Now, what are the areas of assessment in this paper, paper 1? So we're saying that there are 3 main areas on which assessment in section A will be based. So whenever they're setting any paper when they're setting any paper of paper 1, there are 3 areas that we base on. We have seen that each the tasks are divided into 4 parts, and we're saying that all these 4 parts will be looking at these 3 areas. So the first area is the categorization. Then number 2, we'll be looking at suitability, and finally we'll be looking at the advice. So all the items for section A, that is item number 1 and item number 2. All these items, they look at these 3 areas: category, suitability, and the advice. We're saying that however each item is constructed from a different element of construct. Let me hope we have heard about this one, element of construct. Element of construct. And element of construct has been disturbing very many people. What does element of construct mean? So we have 4 elements of construct in chemistry. And in chemistry paper 1, there are 4 elements of construct. And from these elements of construct is where we generate our items. So item number 1 comes from a given element of construct. Item number 2 from its own element of construct. So we're saying element of construct. This is when we group items with the similar ideas, and then we put them together from different topics, from different chapters, and then we bring them together, and then we can assess something from that particular area. So we have 4 elements of construct, and we shall be looking at each and every element of construct and how which topics are coming from that element of construct and which item comes from that element of construct and how we approach. So we're saying that each item is coming from different element of construct. It has a unique approach. It has a unique approach and comes from specific topics. We shall be able to see which item number 1 comes from which topics, item number 2 from which topics. Then the same case with the remaining items from item 3 up to item number 6. But this time round, we're still looking at section A. Section A, and our element of construct for section A, item number 1. We have our element of construct that the learner appreciates the application of chemistry in daily life. Now, all the topics, all the concepts which
Sorry about that. The teacher is getting back, is getting back. As the teacher gets back, kindly take note of the first element of construct of chemistry, which is about appreciating the application of chemistry in daily life. So take note of that element of construct and the key topics that are involved in that topic. So we can take note of those topics such that they can support you during your revision. So when we talk about the first element of construct, take an example when you are talking about detergents. This is where you are going to look at the manufacture of the different detergents. When you talk about still the first element of construct, that's where you are going to look at the manufacturing of cement, the manufacturing of ethanol. That's where you're going to look at biogas, the manufacture of sulfuric acid. That's where you look at the manufacture of sodium hydroxide. That's where you look at the manufacturing of the different detergents. That's where you're going to look at the manufacture of fertilizers, the extraction of different metals, the aluminium, the iron. That's why you look at the manufacture of chlorine, the manufacture of oxygen. Yes, so that is the first what? Element of construct. So when you are preparing yourself, those are some of the key things you have to look out for under that element of construct. And some of the key points that you need to take note of, you need to look at the materials, the process of production, the side effect of each of those processes during the production, the mitigation, the social benefits. Yes, so those are the things we look at when we are looking at the first element of construct. So take note of that. I'm going to repeat some of the things you need to know, things of manufacturing of the biogas, how biogas is being made using different materials. You are going to look at the ethanol, how is ethanol manufactured. You are going to look at cement, how is cement manufactured. You are going to look at the sulfuric acid, sodium hydroxide. You look at the different detergents that we use in our daily life. So here I look at those things that are utilized in our everyday life. So those are the things you look out for. So, okay. So Teacher Isaac, we can continue.
Thank you very much. Sorry for that. It was our which has disturbed, but we can now move on. Okay, let me share the screen again. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes, it is on.
Okay, thank you. So we are still looking at section A, item number 1. We said that every item is generated from a particular element of construct. And we say that an element of construct is a group of topics with the same ideas. So when you look at all of these topics which we have listed here, they have the same idea, and therefore they can be assessed in one area. Now, when you look at the topics that can be set under item number 1, we have topics under chemicals for consumers, we have also those in nuclear processes. But now, when you look at chemicals for consumers, it is categorized into different areas, like food additives. We have food additives. We have medicines. we have detergents. Do you recall detergents were covered also in senior 3? In senior 3, we covered detergents under carbon life, which means detergents can be assessed at any level. In senior 3, they can be assessed in senior 4. In senior 4, look at detergents and chemicals for consumers. Then we also have the nuclear processes. Nuclear processes, that is our last topic in senior 4. And I believe some schools we have already covered this, nuclear processes. And actually, you named for last year, number 1, it came from nuclear processes. Now, there's one thing that we need to note. We're not saying that because you never set a paper under an item from nuclear processes, even this year it is from nuclear processes. Or now that it was from nuclear processes, then it is from, this year it is from chemicals for consumers. No. One thing I don't want to encourage us is sporting. Sporting is the one which has made very many learners to fail. They say, for me, I want to read extraction of metals, they end there. Then they bring another metal. Or someone says, the one for copper is the one I'm going to read. He leaves out the one for iron. So it's good, all the concept, you read it and you prepare yourself. Today, we are going to be looking at even answering approach. How do you approach each and every item? So we shall be able to see how we can maximize our scores when we are responding to each and every item. So we're saying that section A, item number 1, from these areas. We have seen under chemicals for consumers, we have food additives, we have medicines, we have detergents. Now, a question can come about food additives. A question can come and it's about medicines. It can come and it's about detergents. It can come and it is about nuclear processes. So we're saying a question under item number 1 can be set and can come from any of these areas. So what we need to do is to prepare in all those areas. Now, when a question is set under these topics, what do we do? What is the approach that you're going to be looking at? Approach to section A, item number 1. How do we approach items in this item? How do you approach? When they set any item under all those topics that we have talked about, how do we approach that item? Number 1, I want to request one school to raise the hand and then read for us, number 1, so that we move to, I see whether we're moving together. Any school ready? Read for us, number 1. Number 1. Okay. St. John's. Okay, so St. John's, SS. Can unmute. Yes, read what the approach. Number 1. I want you to read it for us. You're not seeing? Yes, please.
During the graduation ceremony in Oxford District, a popular company interested.
You're reading. I want you. He's the one who is reading. I want you to read number 1. Number 1, so that we know whether we're moving together. Are you seeing number 1? What is on displayed on the screen?
It is about food additives.
St. John's. We are looking at approach to section A, item 1. Have you seen that?
Yeah, good the item. It is about food additives.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, thank you, those of St. John's. I wanted us to read for us, like number 1, you tell us, identify the product and category or type of product. It's okay, you'll be able to respond to another question when I ask you to respond. Now, we're saying that when a question is set under item number 1, I've seen that item number 1 is set from these topics: chemicals for consumers, and then nuclear processes. And under chemicals for consumers, we have food additives, we have medicines, medicines and detergents. Then under nuclear processes, we have the nuclear fission and the nuclear fusion. Now, when a question comes from any of those topics, this is how we approach. Number one, we identify the product. Read the scenario, and then you identify which product are they talking about. Now, after identifying the product, we categorize the product. So which means in that case, we just read the scenario and you categorize the product that we are talking about. So you give one category. Example, if you're talking about, let's look at this again. We're talking about food additives. We're talking about medicines. We're talking about detergents. How do we categorize detergents? Maybe let me start with this one. You have to categorize detergents. You can categorize detergents as soap detergents, and then here we can say soap-press detergent. Now, they're saying that give only one category of the product. So when you read in the scenario and you see maybe they're talking about soap detergent, which means you just tell us about soap detergent. The product that is being used is a soap detergent. If they're using a soap-press detergent, then we categorize it as a soap-press detergent, not putting all the two, soap-press and soap detergent. If it is under medicines, we know medicines, we can categorize them to different, according to their functions. And we can categorize them according to their sources. So medicines can be categorized as natural medicines and modern medicines. That is according to their source. But also we can categorize medicines according to their functions, where we can say we have analgesic medicines, that is analgesic medicines. Also have antibiotics medicines, but also have psychotherapeutic medicines. So medicines can be categorized according to their function. They can also be categorized according to their sources. Now, which means when you are categorizing here on number one, you can categorize it as medicine they're using is maybe analgesic, depending on how the question has been asked according to the scenario. So we are saying that even if you see the scenario is very simple for you, don't want to answer. Instead, the first thing you do is to read the scenario very well, understand it, understand which product they are talking about. After identifying the product they're talking about, then categorize it. Then number two, you give the function of the product, or describe how the product works. For example, if it is a soap, describe how the soap works. That is the cleansing action of a soap. Then if it is maybe analgesic medicine, then we talk about how it functions. Analgesic medicines, those ones which work by relieving pain. So which means they inhibit those sensory parts which tell us that actually there is pain somewhere. So for them, they inhibit that and then they work by relieving pain. So that is how they function. But if it is now like soap, then we describe how it works, and that is the cleansing action of soap. So we are saying that write an elaborate description to capture all keywords. There's something about like this common question about detergents, and we are describing about how detergents work, the cleansing action. Please, even when you have forgotten how it works, but you recall some key ones, maybe you recall something like hydrophilic part, hydrophobic part, let's talk about them. So that when you're on this part, you don't lose all the scores. Because when we are scoring, we look at the key ones. And then you get all the scores according to the number of keywords that you have, and the number of keywords and the scores they are determined by the examiner who will be scoring your paper. So we also have number 3. We already say that the items in section A are divided into different parts. And we say they can be 3 parts or even 4 parts. So we're saying that another thing we look at is to give one danger or side effect of the product or the process. Explain the danger, and then we mitigate. Looking at learners who are problem solvers. Therefore, we want, if a learner identifies a problem, then this learner is able to explain how this problem is coming about, also help us understand how we can mitigate the challenge. So we are saying whenever we're talking about the side effects, the negative impact of the product, we talk about that danger, we explain how it takes place, and we mitigate it. And finally, number 4, we evaluate the product or process based on similarities and differences. Now the question is, how many similarities do we put? How many differences? Is this number 1? We give only one similarity, give only one difference. So that is it. When we are looking at evaluating, now this question under evaluating, sometimes it is not direct and they say evaluate the product. They can say help this person understand the best choice. Now, if it is the best choice, you need to explain. Maybe it is the best choice between what and what. So when you're talking about detergents, which means it is the best choice between the soap detergent and the soapless detergent. So we give the similarity between a soapy and soapless. We give the difference between the soapy and the soapless. So those are the 3 things we need to talk about. Let's look at item number 1. Let's look at item number 1. We are going to respond to it by ourselves. And then we see whether we are applying what we have been discussing about how to approach each and every item. Okay, who can read for us item number 1? Wilson Chiega. Wilson Chiega, are you ready? The one who is having a phone, the group having the phone, Wilson Chiega. Please, you can unmute.
During a grand graduation ceremony in Wakiso district, a popular catering company impressed guests with the mouth-watering aroma and taste of its food. The manager, while handing out business cards, mentioned that the food is always prepared by chefs with a background in chemistry. Some curious guests wanted to know what the manager really meant by that statement.
Okay, thank you very much. You can mute. Thank you. So that is the scenario. And they have also given us some support materials. So whenever we read a scenario, let us not always run to the question or to the tasks. Instead, when they set up, you read the scenario, then you need to also look at, is there any support material? From the support material, we can also derive there our response. Whenever we look at the support material, we help ourselves to avoid time wastage on looking on what is the response, what are we looking for. Who can tell us from this scenario, which topic have we derived this scenario from? By show of hands, from which topic do you think this scenario is coming from? Anyone who can tell us from which topic? Anyone who can tell us which topic we are getting this scenario from? Because if you don't identify the topic where we're getting the scenario from, then it becomes difficult for us to respond to that scenario. Who can tell us? I'm seeing Lango Courage, your hand is up. Lango Courage? Lango Courage, are you ready?
It's from the topic food additives.
Okay, thank you. These are from topic food additives. Very good. Okay, now I believe most of you have gotten these items. So I'm going to display now the tasks, and we are going to be discussing these tasks. You give me your response for task number 1, task number 2, as we move on. Then at the end of it all, we shall see whether we have got it very right. And we are saying that as we're responding to these questions, we are going to be using the approach. Don't forget our approach. I want us to go back to our approach faster. Our approach to this item number 1, we say that we read the scenario, we identify the product and categorize the product we are talking about. We give the function of the product, or we describe how it works. We give the danger. We explain. Don't forget that here we are putting give one danger, which is very well explained and mitigated. Each of those that is having a score. That's why we summarize that as them. Yeah, them. You give the danger, explain it, and then you mitigate it. So each point is having a score. It is one point having different scores. One score on danger, one score on explanation, and one score on the mitigation. Okay, now let's look at our scenario again. From that scenario, they have finished reading for us. If you go to task number 1, they are saying that, let's bring all the tasks. As a student of chemistry, help the guests understand the role of chemistry in food preparation by addressing the following. Okay, part A, the variety of ingredients used. Part B, the suitability of ingredients. Then the health-related concerns that may arise from these ingredients. Then part D, the advice on choosing the right kind of ingredient used. So you can see the tasks are divided into 4 parts. And the approach we are going to use is the one we have been discussing about. So you have finished reading the scenario, which means number 1 thing you need to do is to identify the product. There are some people who are darkening our screen. Please, maybe let me stop them from here. Please, let's stop writing on the screen. Otherwise, we'll darken our screen. Okay, who can tell us which school is ready to discuss for us task part
Teacher
A?
Isaac.
Yes.
Now what we can do, you go up on the screen where you have those annotation tools.
Yes.
Then the last 3 dots where there is more. Have you seen them?
Yes.
Then there is something disable annotation for others.
Okay, I have disabled them.
Okay, perfect.
Let me rub this. Okay, thank you. Okay, any school which is ready to discuss for last part A by show of hands? Safe Haven Christian School. Are you ready? Safe Haven, unmute. Safe Haven. Okay.
The product is food, and then the category of the product is food. It is flavoring.
It is what?
Flavoring.
Saying
Flavor.
it is a flavoring. Okay. Thank you. Any other person? Okay, Safe Haven, thank you very much. Let's have another school. Let's have the school which is having Elot Francis. Elot Francis, you unmute. You also give us yours. Safe Haven Christian has said prevalent. Then let's have Ruth Francis. Student who you can first tell us your name and then you tell us the response. Elot Francis. You're not speaking. Okay. Your network, yes, please, you speak. Yes, please, we didn't get what you said. Hello, we are not getting what you're saying. Okay, network is disturbing. Okay, let's have one more school to tell us. The school which is having Casita Modern. Casita Modern? Unmute Casita Modern. Yes, please. Casita Modern, you unmute. Yes, please. Casita, we're not getting you clearly. Yes, please. There you speak. Oh, we can't hear you very well. Okay. Now that Casita Modern, you can first wait. Maybe network is disturbing. Okay, let's have these people of Padibe SS, Padibe SS, Padibe SS. Yes, Padibe.
Thank you very much. We are having natural food additives and synthetic food additives.
Okay, thank you. So it's saying that we have natural food additives and synthetic food additives. Thank you very much. Okay, so we shall be able to look at that. Let's also first go to part B before we get the final. So the school, they are saying that we have two kinds of food additives. We have the natural food additives, and we also have the synthetic food additives. The first school also talked about the flavorings, says that the category that we are having is flavoring. So we shall be able to see which one can we go with, or which one is the best response that we can have on that part. Okay, let's also look at part B before we look at the final response. The suitability of the ingredients. What do you think they want us to talk about on that part? By show of hands, any school which is ready? What do you think they want us to talk about on the suitability of ingredients? The school which is ready, Adijuman SS. Adijuman SS, you are on mute. Adijuman SS. Adijuman, are you ready? Adjuman SS? Adjuman SS not speaking. What about people of Mbilizi High School? Mbilizi High School, you unmute.
You get a properties. This is properties.
Properties.
Speak it out.
They want to talk about what?
Properties.
So do you think
They
you can
want
give us? Okay, now tell us how we can frame. How can we frame our response then? You give us your possible response for that.
You get that? You can say the properties of the food additive. Mama, you come. Yes, you can say it out.
Please, you tell us even your name.
Yeah, my name is Sebwana Abusfian. They want the properties.
Okay, give us your response. How do we give?
The food additives can be, we just outline the properties.
Give us like one.
It is a flavoring agent, which is a natural food additive.
It is a flavoring agent, which is a food additive. It is a flavoring agent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Belize High School. Thank you. Okay. We can unmute. I mean, we can mute. We can mute. Since we are done, we can mute. Thank you. Okay, so we say that when we are looking at section A, item number 1, when you have finished categorizing, because we said that part A, look at the scenario, we identify the product, and then we categorize. We end there. After that, we come to part B. Part B, we say that we give the function, or we describe how the product works. Are we there? Now, if we have said part A, because we can see part A, most of the schools which gave us the answers they passed, they said that in part A, what they're using, the ingredient they're using are food additives, which can be natural or synthetic. Are we there? So the product is food additive, and these food additives, which are natural and synthetic. You can see from the picture. From the picture, we can see that we have some natural ingredients and we have some artificial ingredients. But what are we saying? That these ingredients, they are under food additives. And from the scenario, if you see, saying that a popular catering company impressed guests with the mouth-watering aroma and the taste of its food. And the manager, while handing out business cards, mentioned that the food is always prepared by chefs with a background in chemistry. So some curious guests wanted to know what the manager really meant by that statement. So which means we come back to our support material, we see the ingredients we're having and what could have caused our food to be very nice. So which means they have added these food additives. And we're saying that these food additives, they can be natural or artificial. When you come to suitability, what makes them do that good work, the function they do? So we can just come and say, since we are talking about food additives, here we give the function of food additives. Food additives, they give taste, they give the flavor, they preserve our food, they give the function of our food additives. So in this case, we give
the function. Don't forget that in this area, because when you talk about suitability, we will look at what makes this substance do its function, do its work. What makes it good is because of the properties maybe it has. So in this case, in item number 1, we look at this part B, task number 2, we're looking at the function. How does it work? The food additives that we are talking about. I want us to go through this. I'll finally give you how to respond and how we award the scores for this. There are some responses, expected responses. Then let's look at these last two parts. We have part C, which is saying address the following, the health-related concern that may arise from these ingredients. What do we do when we're responding to that part C? We are saying that the health-related concerns that may arise from these ingredients. Don't forget, we're talking about the ingredients that we talked about in part A. So what are some of the health-related concerns that may arise from this ingredient? Any school which is ready to give us some response to that? What do you think they want us to talk about, and how do we frame our response? There's this school, Lango College. Where is Lango? Lango College. Lango College, are you ready? You unmute.
Okay, for that particular part, prolonged overconsumption of the product can lead to cardiovascular diseases, and this can be mitigated by reducing on the intake of the product.
Okay, first pause. Don't mute yet. So you're saying that can lead to disease, which diseases?
Cardiovascular diseases.
Then finally, we
This
can
can
mitigate
be
it. Do what?
by reducing on the intake of the product.
Okay. Now don't go away. There is this part here. Don't go away. Here we said on part number 3. Read for us number 3 here.
Give one danger of the product or process, explain the danger, and mitigate it.
Have you seen the three things?
Yeah.
You give the danger,
which is
you
prolonged.
explain the danger, and then you do what? You mitigate. Okay. Do you think so? Your point is very correct. And the question is, do you think we can get all the 3 scores there?
No.
Now make it better and we get 3 scores.
Prolonged use of the product can lead to cardiovascular diseases, hence causing illnesses that can lead to death. This can be mitigated by reducing on the consumption of the product.
Very good. Can we clap hands for, what is your name? What is your name?
I am Bwambale Jonathan.
Okay, Jonathan. Let's clap hands for Jonathan. That was a good point. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Okay, so he has given us a good point. He has given us the danger. He has given us the danger. He has explained it. And finally, he gave us even the mitigation. So you can see this question, they didn't tell us to talk about mitigation. But in your mind, you should be knowing that when you talk about a health concern, negative impact, a danger, we don't want you to end up that danger. Instead, tell us the danger, explain that danger, and then finally tell us how it can be mitigated, because we are looking at problem solvers, and we want learners who look at the problem and then they can easily solve the problems at hand. Okay, finally, our last part D. It is saying the advice on choosing the right kind of ingredients used. What do we do on that part? Let's have our hands up. We see. Which school is ready? There is the school having Galax A03 core. Are you ready? Galax A03 core. Yes, unmute. Galax A03 core, unmute. Yes, you're the ones, okay? Are you ready? Okay, okay, thank you. You can tell us your name first. You unmute, you're still muted, please. You unmute first. Unmute. Oh. Okay, let's have Ukuli SS. Ukuli SS. Ukuli SS. Ukuli SS, are we ready? Oh. Ukuli SS, please unmute. Ukuli SS, okay. Let's have St. Elizabeth, girls. St. Elizabeth, unmute. The one putting on a yellow t-shirt. St. Elizabeth, unmute. St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth, you're not unmuting. Please unmute yourself. Okay, any other school ready? I see St. Elizabeth, they're not unmuting. Any other school which is ready to? Let's have Global Eden SS. Global Eden. Global Eden. Okay, light vocation. Light vocation. Light vocation, unmute. Light vocation, please unmute and then we go ahead.
Yeah, stop.
Okay, someone is speaking, okay?
Both natural and artificial food additives have chemical compounds that are useful and some of which are harmful to the body. But natural food additives have them in lower concentrations. It is therefore advisable to use more of the natural ones than the synthetic additives.
Tell us your name.
My name is Caesar.
Caesar. So Caesar, which means when they ask you to give advice on choosing the right kind of ingredient used, number one, you have talked about how have you. Number one, you have talked about what?
I've talked about that if we are using them, you are advisable to use the natural ones.
Why?
Because from them, they are natural, they have less this harmful substance.
Okay. Okay. You can mute. Thank you. So from Caesar's response, we see that he has been able to talk about the difference. He even gave us the similarity, and finally, he gave us the advice. From the difference and the similarities that we are seeing, he said that finally, these people can use the natural additives because they have less chemicals present. And that is a good answer. So we say that this last part, it is about evaluation. Now, when you're evaluating, we evaluate what? We evaluate the product that we have been talking about. We have been talking about the food additives. And we say that these food additives can be natural or artificial or synthetic. So, which means when you're coming to advise this person on which ingredient to use, we can first tell them the similarities they all have. Then we told them the difference. And then finally, we advise them on which one to choose. So we can see in this part, we just give only 1 point on each. Let's have the solution to this. We see how best we could have it. Okay. So here we have task part A. Most of you gave us the good answer on that part. We say that the variety of ingredients to be used are food additives. So we have given food additives which can either be natural or synthetic. Synthetic or artificial. Synthetic and artificial, it is the same. So that was our part A. The ingredients used are food additives which can either be natural or artificial. Now, when you come to suitability, we say that we give the function. On the suitability of the ingredients, give the function. How do the food additives function? So we're saying that the food additives maintain or improve the flavor, they improve on the safety, freshness, they improve on texture, the appearance of the food. So when you're talking about part B, we talk about the suitability of the ingredients, then we can talk about its function. Then we said if it is now detergent, which has a cleansing action, then we talk about the cleansing action of that detergent. Is it suppress detergent or suppress detergent? Or if it is medicine, if it is analgesic, we give how the analgesics work. If it is antibiotics, we talk about how antibiotics work. But in this case, we are on food additive. So we say food additives, the function of food additive, which is to maintain or improve the flavor, the safety, freshness, texture, and appearance of the food. Then part C, the health-related concern that may arise. So we say that our point should have 1 point should give us 3 scores. We give the danger, we explain that danger, and then we finally give the mitigation. So we are saying that excess use of artificial food additive increase. So here, you recall in our part A, we talked about the food additive. So I'm saying excess use of artificial additive increase risk of high blood pressure. That is the danger. Other communicable diseases causing illness. So when the high blood pressure is there, it can bring about the what? Illness. Then finally, how can we mitigate? This can be mitigated by controlling the amounts of the food additive used. So this is our mitigation. So we can see our 1 point has given us all the 3 scores. And even Caesar was able to give us a good point on that, which was very well explained, and mitigated. So there you get all your 3 scores. Finally, we have part D. So when on part D, the advice on choosing the right kind of ingredients used. On this case, we say that it is our evaluation part. In evaluation, we look at the similarities, the differences, and then we now tell these people which kind is best after looking at the similarity and the difference. So on the similarity, we are saying both the natural and artificial food additives have chemical compounds that are useful and some of which are harmful to the body. So they all have that. Compounds which are useful and harmful. That is on the similarity. Only one point. Space which is given to us cannot allow us to have very many points. When we said we need only 1 point on this part, 1 point on the similarities, then also give 1 point on the difference between these food additives, the natural and artificial. So here we are saying that natural food additives have lower concentration of harmful chemical compounds, while the artificial food additives, they have much harmful chemical compounds. So which choice are we giving? We are saying that it is therefore advisable to use more of natural ones than the synthetic. So you're giving this advice after the analysis between the natural and the artificial food additives. So we can see that we can get all our scores. We have given that we have finally advised these people on the choice. We have given the difference, and we have given the similarity. We have a question on item number 1. A question on item number 1. A question? Yeah, those who are writing down, you can write as I also respond to some few questions, if there is any. Any question? You cool secondary. You have a question? You unmute if there is a question there. You cool secondary? Okay. If you're not having questions, you can put your hands down so that we get to know who has a question, who is having any issue, so that we can move together. So for those who are putting down something, this question you will have it. These responses you'll have them.
Teacher
There is
Isaac?
Yes, please.
Yes, there is someone with a concern. Mr. Alex Chiza, you can unmute.
Alex Chiza, okay.
Yes, please.
I
hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes.
Thank you for the presentation. And, I appreciate much. My name is Chiza Alex from 3 Angels High School, Bundebujo.
Yes.
My concern is on first part A, the response.
Yes.
Like on the response there, we are seeing on the categorizing, the ingredients used are food additives, which are either natural or artificial. What if like here on natural or artificial, a learner or somebody writes and say, the ingredients used are food additives, which are food flavors or flavoring agents, categorizing based on the function or the use. How is that one out? Is somebody safe there?
Okay, thank you.
Then lastly, on part B, when you're giving the suitability of the ingredients used, is it sounding clear to give a suitability that maybe is not in conformation with the right ingredient that was used in the scenario? Because as the way I'm seeing in the scenario there, they were mentioning of something like aroma and taste. Now, aroma and taste, we are linking it to some kind of like the flavoring agents. Is it okay if we bring in a PRS? You know, a PRS, I'm thinking of something like a food color. It is not mentioned in the scenario. Is it also healthy? We give general thing that maybe we give in general for all the food additives in general. Is it healthy? Yes, that was my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Okay, thank you very much for the concern. So when on part A and then part B, let's first come back to our scenario. So they are saying that during a grand graduation ceremony in Wakiso district, a popular catering company impressed guests with the mouth-watering aroma and the taste of its food. The manager, while handing out business cards, mentioned that the food is always prepared by chefs with background. Okay, so our major area is here, where Alex is talking about. So he's saying we are impressed with the mouth-watering aroma and taste of its food. So he's saying, is someone safe if he says that these people we are using food additives, which can be the flavoring agents? Because in the scenario, we are seeing some aroma there. We have maybe the taste. Okay, let's talk about the aroma. Then the taste also can come from maybe they added even a sweetener there, like those ones. So someone also could say maybe even a sweetener, another one saying flavoring agent, which could have added the taste in the food. So is the someone safe when talks about that? From the scenario, that person also will be scored because we can see there is that part of the aroma and there's that one for the test, which means that that learner will not be penalized on that part. So that's why I said there are two people who gave us responses. The one gave us the one for flavoring food additives, for example, flavoring agent. Then the other one gave us food additives, which can be synthetic or natural. And let me hope you recall very well that even flavoring agents can be natural or artificial. Even preservatives can be natural or artificial. Even sweeteners can be natural or artificial. So actually, when we are looking at, depending on what you have put on part A, it will help us to know how we evaluate at last. If I've used the flavoring, which means at the end, at last on when you're evaluating, now we say natural flavorings and artificial flavorings. We give the difference between the natural flavorings and artificial flavorings. So depending on that, but like now, if you come here and you categorize it as preservative, now preservative will be very long because we don't see anything of that kind. Are you seeing that? There's a quick practice item I have here. I want us to have a few minutes and we look at it. Then I will get a quick response for only part A, because I believe if part A is done, then the other ones we can respond to them in regard to part A. Look at this quick practice item. You can just screenshot it, but for now, let's just read it very fast and we see. I want even that to be seen. Are we able to see it very well? I want to read it and then as you analyze. Then for those who want to write it, since time may not allow, you just screenshot. We shall have it later. Maybe you type it later. Let me read for you, and then you tell me what could be the category for part A. If part A is okay, then the other ones, I believe, we shall be able to respond. So they're saying that Miss Laws, there's something here. Miss Laws has a restaurant in Iganga town. customers have these days abandoned her restaurant because of poor taste of food and pleasant scent, and food gets spoiled after a very short time. I think let me keep on. When you're reading the scenario, keep on not underlining those key points. You can see some of the key points here. The food gets spoiled after a very short time. Okay. The appearance of cooked food is also not attractive. It's also not attractive. And the soup is always too dilute. Yeah. She wishes to acquire different substances, which would be added to her food to produce meals attractive to her customers. She has contracted you as a chemistry student, well knowing that you can advise her on the right products or substances to buy. Task: write a piece of advice to her on part A, the category of the substance or product. When we finish part A, then the other ones you'll be able to respond them later with our teachers or in our groups in our schools. You can respond to other items later. But by show of hands, who can tell us part A? What do you think can be a good response to this part A? Patongo Secondary School, Patongo. Patongo, are you ready? You unmute. Patongo Secondary School. We're going to be, I'm seeing your hands up. I don't know. Okay. Gulu Ame SS. Gulu Ami. Okay, Patongo. Okay. Patongo SS. But we're not hearing you clearly. Please work on the microphone there and the network. Okay, we can't hear you very well. Let's have any other school, and we can't hear you clearly. Ikulu SS, can you tell us something? Ikulu SS, unmute. Ikulu SS. Okay. Any other group which is ready? There are those putting up the hands, but the 40 CDSS. The 40 CDSS. Are you ready? Yes, the one putting on black t-shirt. If the 40 CDSS. Unmute. The 40 CD, we can't. Unmute, please. Okay. The 40 is cool. Are you ready? Okay. Adjuman SS. Unmute. Adjuman. Adjuman SS. Yes, Adjuman. Unmute. Adjuman, you're not ready? There is URDT girls. URDT girls. Okay, unmute. You are DT girls, okay? You are DT girls? Okay. You tell us even your name. I believe those who are writing the question, by now you have finished writing it down. You are DT girls? You have run? Okay, it's running. Mr. Kaziba, are you able to see those who are very ready on your side?
Who are the ones that are raising up their hands?
Yes.
Yes. Let me maybe pick Wilson Chega. You may ask. Wilson at
Okay. Okay, I think his network is disturbing. Just a quick go through of, let's just go through it very fast. So here we can see that Miss Laws has a restaurant in Egang town, and the customers have these days abandoned her restaurant because of poor taste of food and a pleasant scent, which means those ones which bring the unpleasant scent. Then the food gets spoiled, which means this person doesn't put even preservatives. Are you seeing that? Then they're saying even appearance of cooked food is also not attractive. Someone is speaking?
Yes.
Yes, Mbilizi.
Okay.
You tell us your name. Sabukuza is from Base High School. The category of the product can be preservatives too, which enhance or increase the life shell of a food, hence can last for longer. And the sweeteners can be used because they increase on taste of food. Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much. So he has talked about sweeteners, he has talked about preservatives. But now you recall when we are talking about what to do on this item, we see that we need to choose only one category. So we may not talk about all the preservatives, the sweeteners, which means we can choose one of them. One thing we have seen that this person, Miss Rose, needs to add some food additives. But we know that these food additives, when we look at these lines I have underlined, the red, those points I have underlined red, they are showing us where the challenge is. And each challenge, it is a category of a particular food additive. If food gets spoiled very fast, it means that the person does not use a preservative. If it has an unpleasant scent, which means is lacking something which brings good aroma in the food. Then the taste means if we put some sweeteners, but don't forget, there's even where they say that the soup is always too dilute. It means there's another category of food additive, the thickeners, which are missing in her food. Now, we don't need to talk about all these ones at once. What we know is that all these are food additives. But one learner can say, Miss Laws can use food additives like thickeners. That person is right, because from the scenario, there's a problem of soap being too dilute. Another person will say, Miss Laws can use food additives like preservatives. This learner will also be right, because in the scenario we see have some food, it is missing some preservatives because food gets spoiled after a very short period of time. Now, when you talk about preservatives on your part A, when you're evaluating or giving an advice, we give an advice looking at the natural preservative and artificial preservative. Remember, that one is very clear. Then when you're looking at the function, how it works, how the product works, which means you need to tell us the function of preservative, the one you have categorized in part A. If you have talked about thickeners, which is also correct according to our scenario, then you tell us how the thickeners function. Let me hope that one is very clear. Yeah, so we can have different responses, but when your part A will determine, even on our evaluation, when we talk about preservative, then we can say how the natural preservative and artificial preservative, looking at their similarities and the differences. And finally, you can devise this Miss Laws on which kind of preservative she can use. So that is item number 1. Today, I have discussed with us about food additives, but we have questions on item 1 can also come from, they can also come from medicines, they can also come from nuclear processes, they can come from detergents. But today, we have been majorly tackling the food additive, that item on food additive. But the approach remains the same even for other parts. That is one thing I wanted to emphasize, that the approach will remain the same. Approach, not the responses. One thing I don't want us to have in our mind is to cram. Instead, understand. Go and read about food additives, the different categories. We have seen that they can be categorized according to the source. They can also be categorized according to the function. Now, this particular item here, it was major looking at the function, the food additives, but according to their function. Those which bring taste, those which bring about scent, those which bring about preserving, preventing from food getting spoiled, those which bring about appearance, which is good, those which help in making our sauce thick, which means we are talking about the thickeners. So you can see different categories that they have talked about here that we can use. We want to go to item number 2, which is still under section A. Let me hope. Okay.
Isaac?
Yes, please.
There is a question in the chat. The first request, they are requesting that you zoom in your screen a bit further.
Okay. So it is it very small that side?
Yeah, okay. Add in a bit more. And we see. Okay, better that way. Then someone was asking, what happens if someone prefers to name and explain the different additives?
Oh, to name and explain. Okay, so on this item number 1, part A, we need only the category. Now, you'll not be penalized of giving the what? Even example. There's no penalty on that. But the score you get is on the category, because that is what we said on this, what to do on this part. Let me just bring it faster. On this part 1, we identify the product and we give the category of that product. So in simple terms, you can give the example, but there's no score on that. What you're looking at here is a learner able to categorize the product that they want to use in the scenario. to solve the problem? If yes, you have already achieved your score. So in simple terms, we are saying here we just need to categorize. We shall look at that when we come to item number 2. Do we still have any other question on item number 1 before we go to item number 2? We are going to move faster so that we finish in time. When we finish item number 2, we shall have just a short break as we enter to section B.
Okay, another one. So someone wants just a confirmation whether they only consider only one food item. Another one. Another one. What if one mentions the category and the example?
So there are those two questions.
Another one. On health-related issues arising from the food additives, are you talking of the communicable and non-communicable diseases? Then another one. If a learner mentions all the categories as per the scenario, is he scored wrong? Then the last one.
Get that one very well.
That if a learner mentions all the categories as per the scenario, is he scored wrong?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me start with that one. If a learner gives all categories, is he marked wrong? Now let's look at the space which has been provided to you. You have 3 lines. Now 3 lines, that's why I was telling you that the instructions on your first page of your paper, they are saying your responses to section A must be, it is even in bold, must be put in the spaces provided. Now, if you put the category, you categorize everything like the other practice question I have given us. It is having thickeners, preservatives, different a number of them. Now, when you start to categorize each one of them, the space will also not be enough. But if one learner talks about thickeners, then another learner in your class talks about preservatives. Another learner in your class talks about sweeteners. Are you seeing that? At the end of it all, you have given all the responses to that. You have given the solutions to that problem. Therefore, for you, take on only one category. They will not penalize you, but the space also will not be enough. But also you need time to respond to other items. You categorize very many things which are not going to give you the score, and yet you need to respond to even other questions. Don't forget, you have 2 hours and you need to respond to 4 items, which means each item should take a maximum of 30 minutes. So which means maximize the 30 minutes. Use like 25 minutes on each number. The remaining minutes are used to peruse through and check whether where you have made a mistake. So it's good for you to categorize one and then you leave other people to also look at others. Even the space which is given to you will not be enough for you to do all that. So it's one category is the one we are scoring. Now, the one who was asking about the healthy risks, are we talking about communicable and any other? Now, when we talk about the healthy risks, the dangers that, like what can happen, the dangers which come along with the use of these additives on our health. They can be communicable diseases, they can be any kind, but so long as they are risks to bringing risks to our health. But a good thing we see, they are food additives. Food additives will not affect any other thing apart from our health. So so long as it is in line with our health. So this time round, don't talk about the environment, how they're affecting the environment. It is now specifically on our health because the item was specific on the healthy risks. Or maybe if you talk about how it is affecting environment and finally affecting our health, that one also can be right. But at the end of it all, we want to see how it is affecting the health of our body. I think those responses summarize most of the items, most of the questions that were asked, unless I've left out one. I'm seeing the category is natural food sweetener. Someone was talking about, I'm looking at these questions which they had put here. And now if Elana mentions all categories as per, okay, I think we have responded to most of these questions. And thanks, moderator. On health-related issues arising from these food additives, are you talking of communicable or non-communicable diseases? So we are saying that diseases, so long as it is bringing about, it is affecting our health. It doesn't matter whether it is communicable or non-communicable disease. Then what happens if I prefer to name and explain different additives? So we have said that you name, but there's no score on what? On your naming. There's no score on your explanation. There is where you need to do all that, explaining and naming. We are going to item 2, we shall see what it requires us to do. But for this item number 1, we are looking at that ability. Is the learner able to categorize the product that is being mentioned in the scenario? That's what we are looking. That's what we are looking at. I believe, sir, can you consider only one food additive? Yes, we have responded to that. Then here there is this. After giving the choice, is it advisable to explain or not? No need of us explaining the advice. We have advised this person that you can use the natural food additive. Why? We have already explained in the difference that this one is better than the other in one way or the other, because we have given the what? The difference. We have given the similarity and the difference. And then finally, you're giving us the what? The final conclusion that you're giving us there. I believe they made this before. First look at procedures for item 2. You can see that part B requires a learner to state the function, okay? So in part, explanation is not required. Okay, thank you. There's someone who has responded to that. Okay, thank you very much. I believe we have been able to respond to all the items. Unless there's any other burning item, any burning question on that, I believe we can go to item number 2 of section A. Okay, let's go to item number 2. Now, we say that each and every item comes from a particular element of construct. Now, item number 2 is derived from this element of construct. The learner appreciates the diversity and interactions of substances and their importance in a life. Now, all topics which look at that diversity and interaction, all topics which look at this diversity and interactions of substances and their importance, all those topics have been compiled in this area. And therefore, item number 2 can come from any of these. And don't forget that all these topics run right away from senior 1 up to senior 4. Let's have a look, sample a few of them. Elements of a compound and mixture, senior 1. Periodic table, we have this one in senior 2, we have it in senior 4. Trends in periodic table, this is senior 4 topic. Structure and bonding, senior 3. More concept in senior 3. Using materials, senior 1. Carbon life, senior 3. The activity cell is senior 2. Here in senior 1. So you can see every class is catered for. These topics under this item number 2 are running away from senior 1 up to senior 4. Now, the question is, when a question is set under this area, under this element of construct, and under any topic that you are seeing here, what do we do? That is what we are looking at. For those who are noting down, I believe we shall be able to see whether we can share this with our teachers, then we can have this. Otherwise, we may not write all this. But we can always take screenshots so that we can have these ones at a later stage. Okay, so the accessible areas, we have all these topics, but not only these ones, even any other topic that has anything related to this element of construct is also put under this. That's why we have put and more others, etc. and more other topics. Now, what do we do when an item is set under item number 2? This is what we do. Number 1, identify one category of elements. They can be elements. We have seen that there are different topics, and in different topics, there's why we have elements, there's why we have compounds, there's why we have the different materials. So we can categorize any of those substances. Give the reason. Now, someone who was asking, do we need to give a reason? This is where the reason matters now. Give the reason of that category of the substance you have mentioned. After that, you give an example. There's something I've underlined here. An example related to the problem in the scenario. This is where we will be talking about maybe making saucepan. And then someone gives an example of maybe a plastics. Now, a plastic, you cannot make a saucepan for cooking. Are you saying that? A scenario is about electricity, and then you give an example which is not related to electricity. That example will be long. We are going to look at some sample items and we see how best we can respond. But we are saying that when you're giving an example, give an example which is related to the problem in the scenario. Number 2, outline at least 4 properties or characteristics or predictions or properties. No, this one is repetition. Sorry about that. Properties or characteristics for the element, compound, substance, or material. We are just giving the properties or characteristics of the substance you have mentioned in part A. So this number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 are representing the different parts. We can divide the tasks. Tasks can be divided into 4 parts, or we say they can be divided into 3 parts. So each of these ones is showing us what we can do to each and every task. Task 1, task 2, task 3, task 4. So number 1 thing is categorizing. After categorizing, you give a reason. After giving a reason, you give an example. Then number 2, you give properties. Saying at least, which at least means that number or more, which means it is 4 or more. So you can give 4 points or even more than 4 points. Just outlining them, you may not need to explain each and every point. If you explain, our space will not be what? Very enough. So give at least 4 properties of that substance. Then number 3, give one use of the element, one use of the element, compound, substance, or material. Now, you don't need to put for element compound. We are just putting this because we are not looking at any scenario. All these ones, maybe in your scenario, it can be about only one of these. It can be maybe an element. It can be maybe a compound. It can be a given material. These ones, we are putting them as a general. Any question under item number 2 from those topics that we have listed down. Then finally, state 1. There is this one. State what? 1. Impact of the element. Now, impact. Which impact? I've seen very many learners come when we reach on this point and they ask impact. They give positive impact, negative impact, but please, we are talking about the negative impact because already in part 3, we have already looked at the uses, and the uses of that substance are the positive impacts of that substance. So therefore, there is no need of us repeating ourselves again on the positive. Here we are talking about the negative impact. After giving the negative impact, don't forget to give the mitigation. We said that we're looking at learners who are problem solvers. Identify the problem and you also give the what? The mitigation. That is the approach. We are going to look at our item number 2, then of our scenario, our discussion questions, and then we see how best we can respond using that approach that we have looked at. Unless we have any question on the approach before we go to this item. We versed with this approach, or we have a question on this before we look at our scenario? Any question? I'm seeing around 8 people raising up the hand. Are we all having questions, or we left the hands up? Cool Secondary, do you have a question? I see. Whenever we finish asking questions, let's always put down the hands so that we get to know who has an issue. We don't leave any person with an issue. Okay, good. I'm seeing numbers of hands are reducing. They are reducing. Good. Good. Very good. So there's no question now. Okay, let's go to the item number 2 of our discussion questions. I believe we have those discussion questions. I want one school to raise up the hand and then read for us the item. Then we shall get another one to give us the response to part 1. School is ready. Let me see the school which is ready. St. Chizito High School. Are you ready, St. Chizito? You read for us the question. St. Chizito High School.
A youth cooperative in Barara Town is planning to expand its fruit juice business. As part of their business growth, they need to
Your network, we are not getting you clearly. Oh, you have gone. Okay. St. Francis, okay, we have any other group which can help us to read that faster? The network has disturbed. Which other school can read for us? There is this school. Oh, Nyalilo SS Koboko. Nyalilo SS, are you ready? Okay.
Okay, a youth cooperative in Mbarara town is planning to expand its fruit juice business. As part of their business growth, they need to purchase packaging bottles that are of high quality and environmentally friendly. The manager, aware of your chemistry knowledge, has requested your guidance in making an informed choice of material task. As a chemistry student, help the manager on the Roman number 1 category of the materials to use. Roman number 2, suitability of these materials for packaging fruit juice. Roman number 3, give another purpose for which the materials can be used. Roman number 4, advise the manager on the side effects of using the materials and how to avoid them.
Thank you very much it was a nice reading.
Thank you very much. We can now mute. We can now mute. Let us now mute so that we hear from one another. Okay, thank you. Okay, now after reading for lunch, they are saying that a youth cooperative in Balala town is planning to expand its fruit juice business. As part of their business growth, they need to purchase packaging bottles. I have underlined that word, packaging bottles that are of high quality, environmentally friendly. Now the question is, as a chemistry student, help the manager on the category of materials to use. Who can give us the answer for that? Now, the school which is ready, to know that you're very ready, you can show up the hand on the screen since you're so that we can choose, because we have very many people putting up the hand, but they are not responding. School is ready to respond at one. At one.
We start.
Okay, give us first.
The materials are
your name first.
My name is Desire Josephat. Yes,
Desire,
the
okay.
materials are either natural or synthetic.
Okay, Desire is saying the materials are natural or synthetic. Desire, are you done? Okay, Desire has said that the materials to use are natural or synthetic. Now, don't forget, we are advising the manager on the category of the materials to use. And you know his problem. His problem is to get packaging bottles, and these packaging bottles should be of high quality and environmentally friendly. Now, I want another person to respond. Chibuka, is it Chibuka? Let's have another group. Desire for him has given us natural or synthetic. Chibuka Senior Secondary School, unmute. Chibuka, please unmute. Chibuka. Okay, unmute. Chibuka Senior School. Chibuka, has it refused? You click on the microphone there and unmute. There's that school which is having the name Francis. Are you ready? Can you unmute? The one who putting on the blue t-shirt? Yes, you're the one. Unmute. Francis, the one which is having Francis. Oh. I think we have an issue in unmuting there. Chibuka Senior Secondary School, are you ready now? Unmute. Oh. Okay. I don't know why people are not able to unmute. Okay. Yukulu SS, are we ready now to respond? Yukulu SS, unmute. I've just click on unmute, then one of you responds. Yukulu SS. Okay. You tell us your name and then you tell us category of material to use. Yukulu SS, I'm waiting for you.
Ulysses, I'm seeing you trying to unmute, but you have not yet. Okay, Packard ACD Secondary School, please, you can now unmute. I have allowed you there.
Hurry up.
No. Then Mbirizi, you'll be the next. Just prepare Mbirizi High.
The category of the materials to use.
Hey, your name, please. Your name first.
My name is Oiro Jeremy.
Oiro. Okay, yes.
Oiro.
Oiro. Okay. It's okay. You can go ahead.
The category of the materials to use is artificial because they are made by man. And the example is plastics.
Very good. Can we have someone to, let's clap for Ailo. Okay, thank you, Ailo. That was a very good point. He has told us the material to use is artificial material made by man, for example, plastic. You see that he has used our CRE, where is categorizing, giving a reason, and giving the example. Yeah, that was good. Oyulo, that was good. Then let's have the last person, the one who was putting up the hand. Okay, Hiru City Secondary School. Hiru City. Hiru City. Are you able to unmute Hiru City? Hiru City, let's unmute faster so that we can move faster.
Okay, sir. Are you getting me?
Yes, your name?
Yes, my name is Akol Jude.
Jude, okay. Yes.
So I wanted to ask, what if
Yes,
like
please.
we reply it as, because they have given the scenario that that a product is environmentally friendly.
Yes.
So my was that, okay, my reply was that maybe I would go for biodegradable and none.
You give us.
So biodegradable products like are products that can easily be broken down. Like for example, I will go for paper bags.
Paper bag, but don't forget the product you are making is juice. Judy, are you getting that? Don't forget the product, it is juice. Juice, when you put in paper bag, it will pass through. You get?
Yeah.
Now, tell us which biodegradable can we use? Okay, Lafik, comment. Your hand is up. You unmute first and we hear. Thank you, Jude. Let's hear from this Lafik and we hear.
Louder.
Okay.
My name is Sharif.
Is it Sharif?
Yes.
Okay, yes, Sharif.
Category of the materials to use are synthetic, which are made by man.
Yes.
Which are made by man.
Yes.
For example, glass bottles.
Glass bottles.
For example, yes.
For example, glass bottles. Very good. Please make sure that you're ready when I ask you the next question later. Just be alert so that when I tell you, you unmute faster. But that was good response. Those people near you should give you 1 factorial. Have they given you 1 factorial? 1, okay. Thank you, thank you. So even Sharif has said that it is synthetic and has given us the reason. They are man-made. He has given us example, glass bottles. So Shafiq is able to get all the 3 scores. Now, Jude was telling us biodegradable product. materials, the materials which can easily be broken down. But now the example is the one which was a problem, because we need to look at here, this is a business which is making fruits. Are you seeing that? It is making fruits. If you use paper bags, fruits you're expecting. It is not fruit just, it is a fruit juice. It was just fruits, paper bag could work, but here it is fruit what? Juice. And of course, juice is in liquid what? Form. You can't put liquid in a paper bag. So which means we need to find out which example is biodegradable and can be used. Okay. Don't forget that even plastics, there's someone who gave us plastic. That was Oyiro. Oyiro said that we can use artificial materials made by man, for example, plastics. Even plastic, if you maintain it very well, it can be friendly to environment, depending on how you're going to work on that. The good thing, you're going to tell us you're going to advise the manager on the side effects of this product, and then how the manager can avoid. That's a good thing. So this question is rich in a way that your point you're giving in part A, you're going to defend it in one way or the other. Are we there? So here I have different answers, and these people, all of them can be marked. I have Oyiro. Oyiro said, using artificial materials made by man, that is a reason. For example, plastic. Oyiro, you're right. We have Sharif is saying, can use synthetic. Synthetic is another word to mean artificial. So you can use synthetic materials made by man, for example, glass bottles, which is also very correct. So I believe on this part, number one is good. Now, there's something I want to explain a little bit. Don't come here and give an example which is not related to the scenario. Reason why Judy's answer, I refused it for paper bag, is because in the scenario, they are talking about fruit juice. Are you seeing that? Fruit juice, we cannot put fruit juice in paper to just pass through, which means paper bag is not a good material for this. So which means our examples should be related to the scenario. That's why in our approach here, if you recall very well, I said, give one example related to problem in the scenario. It should be related to the problem in the scenario. So glass bottle is related to the problem. If you talk about plastics, they are related because you can put juice in the plastics. I believe we can now go ahead on part two, suitability of this material for packaging. Now let's use the responses for these people here. The one for artificial, made by man, example plastic, and then the other one synthetic, made by man, example glass bottles. Can you give suitability of this material for packaging fruit juice? Which school is ready for that? By show of hands. By show of hands. By show of hands. Okay, Saint Elizabeth, unmute. Saint Elizabeth. Saint Elizabeth, please unmute. Your name first.
Patience. They are transparent.
Which one are you talking about?
The glass and the plastic bottles.
Okay. No. Please, we don't talk about that too. If your answer was the one for glass, example glass, then you explain for that. If your answer was for plastic, you give for that. You get? Because we don't expect someone to put two answers. Give one response, another friend of yours will give another response. At the end of it all, we'll be having solutions to that problem. Very many of them. Are you seeing that? So which one are you specifically talking about?
Plastic bottles.
Okay,
The plastic one.
Okay, now start your point.
They are transparent and non-breakable.
Please don't always start with they are. Start with the word. What are they? They are what now?
Okay. Plastic bottles are transparent and non-breakable.
They are transparent. Another one is what? Non-breakable.
Liquids. They can be recycled. Plastic bottles can also be recycled. Plastic bottles are potable. That is all.
How many properties have you given us?
4.
Okay, good. Can we give her a 1? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So she has told us that plastic bottles are transparent. But don't you have plastic bottles which are non-transparent? I'm asking. Can't we have those ones which are non-transparent plastic bottles? Are all plastic bottles transparent? Okay, we are going to respond. Someone is going to tell us the answer. Then another one, non-breakable. Non-breakable. Okay. Then another one is saying recycled, portable. Okay, so another person instead of portable can also use they are light. Yeah, I believe it's true. They are light. That's why you can get a bottle of you put your juice, you move with it to Kampala, you move with it to any place from your dormitory to your class. Why? Because they are portable, they are light. Yeah, then they can be recycled. But now this point of transparent, do you think we can leave it there, or what do you think? Transparent. Are all plastic bottles transparent? Who can give us, who can tell us? Or you give us also, you raise your hand and then we get more other points. Any other person? Casita Modern SS. Okay. Casita Modern SS, you can unmute. Casita Modern SS, you can unmute there. Okay. You first tell us your name. Your network, we are not getting you clearly.
They are non-biodegradable.
You
they are
start afresh.
biodegradable cause pollution. And the other one,
You pardon, please. We didn't get you.
I said the other property is. I say.
Yes.
The other property is. These plastic bottles are not biodegradable.
They are
and
what?
Therefore they can be decomposed. Sorry.
Plastics can be decomposed.
They are biodegradable, and the other one, it is not that all plastic bottles are transparent. Some of them are translucent, other ones are transparent, and that's all.
But first, wait before you go. You say that they are biodegradable. Is it true they can decompose plastics? Yes.
Yeah. I repeat.
Yes.
Yeah, they are biodegradable, and therefore they can be decomposed so as not to cause pollution to the environment.
Okay. Anyway, I've not gotten the point. Is it biodegradable or non-biodegradable? The words are breaking.
Yes.
Okay.
That's all.
It's okay. We shall get. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other last school to give us your. Now let's have another person talk about the glass. The glass. Yes, there's someone having child poverty. Child poverty. Child poverty, unmute. Unmute child poverty. The one having. Okay. Please.
Child poverty.
Okay.
Child poverty. Can't get secondary school.
Okay.
And would like to say that plastic bottles. We would like to say that are waterproof.
Waterproof.
Due to the strong inter-atomic forces, hence used to package liquids.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, child. Okay, thank you, child poverty. So
We are
for child.
secondary school.
Oh. Okay, sorry. Let's mute. Let's first mute.
Welcome. We are gonna get secondary school.
Okay. Thank you. Let us mute. Let us mute. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So they have given us a point and they're saying that the plastics are waterproof because of strong intermolecular forces of attraction. So that is another point, that they are waterproof, and we know very well that something which is waterproof, it doesn't allow water to go through it, and therefore it will be a good material for juice packaging, since juice is a liquid, and if it doesn't allow any liquid to pass through it, then it will be a good material for use. But don't forget here, we just list at least 4 of them. If you give only one property, you get 1 mark. For you to get scores which are maximizing scores is what I'm looking at. For us to maximize our scores, we have to make sure that we put at least 4 points. Let them be 4 or even more, but don't make them less than 4. The reason why we're putting these 4 is to maximize our scores. Then there is this point. I think we have been able to exhaust. I'll be giving my sample points. Light vocation, you're having your hand up. Respond to part 3 now. Respond to part 3, light vocation. You unmute. Light vocation, unmute and you respond to task number 3.
Yes, the materials, the other purpose is plastics can be used in packing these flowers in the floral process.
Okay, thank you, light vocation. They are saying that the plastics can be used for packaging, like putting their flowers. So they can be used for other purpose apart from packaging juice. They can be used as flower vessels. So that is one way that we can use. Any other school to give us another purpose? And don't forget that the purpose, we're giving only one. We are giving only one. Don't give very many points. Give one and you go to another task. Since they have given us that, let's have another school. Tell us part 4. Part 4, advise the manager on the side effects of using the material. The side effects. Which school is ready? Even from, because I can see you can raise the hand, I know that for you are very ready, I unmute you. Who is that? Holy Angels, are you ready? Holy Angels High School. Unmute.
Plastics deplete soil fertility because
Hey,
they are non-biodegradable.
I want you to pardon with you first tell us your name and then you tell us your response.
My name is Secret Isaac. I'm answering Roman number 3. Number 4.
Yes.
Plastics deplete soil fertility because they are non-biodegradable, hence altering the pH of the soil. This can be mitigated by recycling.
Very good. Okay, that is good. Very good. Please, those people around you should give you a 1. A practical, okay, thank you very much for your response. So you can see that your response is a very good one. It is having, you get all the 3 scores. You have given us the danger that these plastics are non-biodegradable. And therefore, when they are poorly disposed, they can stop water from entering and then affecting our soil fertility. Then you have said it can be mitigated by recycling. So that is a very good point. So that is the item number 2. I just want us to go through this response faster and then we'll see whether we can move on. So responses I have here to this. We have already given our responses, but we are just going to see how do we score. So we have the manager can use. Please let's mute those who are not speaking. Let's mute. Now let's look at the task. The task was saying, as a chemistry student, help the manager on the category of the materials to use. Now I started by the manager can use. You see that? I'm responding to the question. So let's make sure that we are responding. Don't just start by saying artificial materials made by man, from where? Make sure that you're responding to the what? To the question. They want to help the manager. So start by telling us that the manager can use now artificial materials. That is the category. Saying that materials made by man, that is the reason. For example, plastic bottles, and that is our example. So you can see you get all the 3 scores. After giving that. So you have managed to give the category, you have given the reason, you have given the example. I'm not saying that this is the only answer. Another person can say the manager can use artificial materials made by man, for example, glass bottles, because even a glass bottle can be a good one. So depending on what you have, make sure that the one you put here, if you're putting here an example, make sure you can easily explain its properties, or you have at least 4 properties of that product. Don't put glass, yet you know only 1 property for glass. Yet for plastics, you have more than 1 point. Choose an example which is related to the scenario, but also you can explain it very well. You know its dangers, you know its suitability and all that. I would encourage us, before answering part A, always look at all the tasks first before responding to any task. Read the scenario, go through all the tasks from part 1 to the last, and then when you come to categorize, give an example that you can mitigate. You can give the danger. An example that you can give other use. An example that you can give different properties. That is one thing I would encourage us to always maximize our scores. Now, when we talk about suitability, we are looking at what is it that this plastic has that make it good for its purpose. The purpose we're looking at now is packaging. What are the things that it has that make it good for packaging? So which means here we are looking at the properties of plastics. So in this case, I've said that plastic is waterproof. That is property 1. So can hold juice without leaking. It is resistant to chemical, another property. Thus shall not react with juice additives. Then it is resistant to weather attacks, thus cannot be destroyed by rain or sunshine. It is strong. That is another property. To prevent losses in case it breaks and juice powers during the transportation. Then another point, it is light for easy transportation. Then another point, it is durable if well maintained, of course. Anything will always be durable depending on how you use it. If you get your plastic and cut it, it can spend only 1 day. But you keep it very well, it can spend even a full year if you're keeping it very well. But they are durable. Depending on how you're using it, you can use your plastic as much as you can for a long period of time. There's another person who talk about recyclable. So they can be recycled. That's environmentally friendly. Because someone was saying that looking at environmental friendly materials, even plastic, depending on how we use them, we can keep them as environmental friendly materials very well by recycling them, reusing them very well. After using your bottle, take it and use it for another purpose. So it will not bring those effects to the environment. How many points are those? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We said at least 4 points. Even I'm in the range. In that case, I get all the scores. We are looking at maximizing our scores. And therefore, at that point, I have been able to maximize all scores. Now, let's look at another. Those who are writing, are we done?
Yes.
Okay, good. That is good. Let's look at these last parts. Give another purpose for which the material can be used. And they're saying that plastics can be used in the manufacture of household items like buckets, chairs, basins, storage. So that is use. So you see, there you have already put, to call that we need only one use. Whenever we find a word like these letters U, just know their meaning. Use. Then for the other one, for up here, in your papers, sometimes you normally find there like a P, meaning that is for the property 1, property 2, like that. So those are some of the symbols that we use when we are squaring the paper. So that is use, and we say that we need only one use. But of course, is this the only use of plastics? No. You can use plastics for other purposes, but I'm just giving that one. Then let's see, advise the manager on the side effects. Now look at this point. Plastics are non-biodegradable. This is being non-biodegradable, they cannot decompose. That is the danger. Hence, pollute the soil and water if poorly disposed in the environment. Doesn't end that, thus lowers soil productivity. Please don't always end at that. This one we have managed to explain its effect. So this is the danger, this is the effect of the danger, and finally it can be mitigated by recycling, and that is the mitigation. So you can summarize this as the danger, the effect, and the mitigation. Are you seeing that? So which means when we're talking about the dangers or side effects of plastics, we have looked at the danger. They are non-biodegradable, hence pollute the soil if poorly disposed in the environment, thus lowering the soil productivity. Then after that, how do we mitigate it? Recycling. I gave also this, that plastics release toxic fumes to the atmosphere, causing air pollution. That is a danger. Hence, because when the air is polluted, it can bring about these diseases, respiratory diseases. It can even bring about acidic rain. It can cause even global warming. But I've put all these, there are many, but you can put only one effect. How can it be mitigated? I've still used the same point. It can be mitigated by recycling. So we said we need only one point, which is very well explained. I normally call those points pregnant points. Make sure that your point is can give you all the 3 scores. I believe any person with a question on what you have discussed. Item 2, that is end of item 2. That is how we respond to item 2, if any question. There's a Busore. Busore? Yes, Busore. Unmute. Busore. Is it Busore Secondary School? You unmute? Busore, you had a hand. Yes? Busore, I'm not getting you clearly. Yako High School, you have a question. Please, you can even put your questions in the chat. I look at them. Belize High School, you said you have a question. You write it there in the chat. Sorry, students, you speak. Sorry, students, you're not speaking. Are you speaking? Hey, who is speaking? Let's have one person speak. Okay, now that sorry, hi, you're not speaking. Any other school? Or we go to our practice question. Now I'll leave you with practice question as we have a short break for 5 minutes. For 5 minutes, and then we go to section B. Section B, we're going to do it as fast as we can, so that by 1 we are done. We need to finish before 1, so that we have a few minutes there. Hill City Secondary School, do you have a question? Let's put our question in the chat. Okay, I don't see any question in the chat. Now let me request, let's have this quick practice question as we have a short break. After 5 minutes, so we can even write it down, this practice item. The practice item is there. I believe that is very clear. We can be able to see. One thing I want is just to look at part A and part B. Other things, I believe we can do them at any time. But as we take a short break for 5 minutes, we shall be beginning at 11:43. Okay, at 11:44. That's when I'll be in need of the responses. So let's have that short break as we take the question, write down the question and analyze the question at 40 minutes, 45 minutes. That is at 44 past 11. That's when we shall be proceeding. And whoever has a question on what we have discussed, you put it in the chat so that I'll be able to see the question there.
What if you had a more You so good. That is the product. Inside the no way. Yes, leave. Isn't
Please, those who are having where to write,
You do that calculation for part C, and you put it somewhere there on the board, so that when we start, I see it is already time. As by the time you reach on part C, you can just show us what you have done, because we want to look at those steps whether they are very correct. Now, we need to maintain time. We know very well that time management is a key. Therefore, you can't go beyond this. We had given ourselves 5 minutes, and I can see now it is 45 minutes past 11. Okay, so I want one school which can those who can take us through the scenario and the question and the tasks. Then others will be able to discuss for us part 1, part 2, 3, and C. Which school is ready to read for us? Which school is ready to read for us? There is Saint Mary Assumption. Okay.
People, for you first listen, though we are unmuted. Sir, can we read?
Yes, you read
you
now.
listen, though we are unmuted.
Okay, you can read now.
Many homes in Uganda. Okay, item 2, practice item. Many homes in Uganda use charcoal as a source of fuel. During its combustion in excess oxygen supply, it produces carbon dioxide. Your friend is using 20 grams of charcoal to cook food in a busy evening for guests. It burns completely as shown in the equation below. It's C plus carbon plus oxygen, it's giving carbon dioxide. And then the task says, as a learner of chemistry, assess the product formed. Part B, advise the friend on the appropriateness of the product formed. Then part C, calculate the volume of the gas produced every busy evening.
Okay, thank you very much.
In the bracket.
Okay, in the bracket, you can continue. Oh, the sound has gone. But thank you very much. At least you have taken us through the scenario and the task. So in this scenario, they have even given us the support material. In this support material, we have a charcoal stove with charcoal which is burning. So they are saying that in homes in Uganda, there's something here. Okay. They're saying that in homes in Uganda use charcoal as a source of fuel. During its combustion in excess oxygen supply, it produces carbon dioxide. Now there's this one here. 20 grams of charcoal. Your friend is using 20 grams of charcoal to cook food in a busy evening for guests. It burns completely as shown in the equation below. So the equation showing the carbon reacting with oxygen to produce carbon dioxide. And they have even shown us in the support material, the carbon, which is representing our charcoal in the scenario. Okay. Now the question, as a learner of chemistry, assess the product formed. Who is ready by show of hand, and who is ready to tell us, assess the product formed? What do they want and which response can we give? They may have there is Relnas Tech. Unmute.
Okay. The product we are supposed to assess, the product is
a covalent compound because it is formed by it is formed by an ion. So it is formed by two nonmetals by sharing of electrons. For example, there is carbon dioxide.
Ah, that is good. What is your name?
My name is Arayo Helen.
Who?
From Arayo Helen from Halcyon Serere campus.
Okay, Helen, that was a very good response. That was a very good response. Please, let's give him parliament wherever we are, because she wants to be in a parliament very soon. Okay. Thank you. We can now first mute. So Helen has said that the product is a covalent compound. Where do we see the product from? You have shown us from the equation. The product is carbon dioxide. And she's saying that the product is a covalent compound. There's something she has mentioned that I liked, that it is formed by nonmetals by sharing. Now, sharing is a keyword in covalent bonding. So if you talk about covalent compound and we forget about sharing of electrons, then we're missing it out. Actually, I don't give you a mark on that because the keyword in covalent bonding is sharing of electrons, while in ionic bonding is transfer of electrons. So that's why we have to make sure that those keywords are tackled very, very well. So Helen, that was a very good one. She went ahead to give us the example. And please don't give example and you say now you give us ammonia. Yet in the question, you can look at the question from the scenario, you see the example. The example right there is the one we are talking about, which is carbon dioxide. Don't go ahead and give us very many examples which are even not related to the scenario. Because we have seen very many learners, when they reach on that, it is a covalent compound. Then they give example which is not related to the scenario. Yet we said your example should be related to the scenario. Are we there? Good. But I believe there's another school with another response apart from that one for Helen. Which other school can give us another response? By show of hands, let me see. Where are you? Which school is ready? I'm not seeing them. Premier High School, are you ready? Premier High? Okay.
This is Premier High School.
Okay.
The product is a gas. The reason the product is a gas. Reason being because it's a mixture of gases.
Hello, let's leave her to speak. Hey, she has gone. Okay. So she was giving us the product is a gas, but on explanation, she didn't go ahead. Okay. So when you're categorizing, make sure that you give a category that you know how to explain and you can, and that example is lying in that. So when you say it is a gas, how would you explain a gas? What makes it a gas? You have not seen it, it is in the scenario. How will you be able to see that? So the reason should be understandable by any person who is scoring you and also from the scenario very well. So the gas, unless we have someone who can explain that one. Okay, so let's have another one. Another school which is ready. Rena's Tech. Unmute.
Okay, I want to explain the one for gas.
Okay.
The product is a gas because it has weak forces of attraction. That's why it is a gas. Then example, I can give any other example like oxygen.
Okay. It is a gas because it has weak forces of attraction. An example you have put what? Which example have you put? Unmute again.
Okay, I can put example like another example of a gas, which is oxygen.
For example, oxygen. Now, when you are well, don't mute yet. When you are putting these examples, first look at the scenario. The scenario, you already have a live example in the scenario. The live example is what? The live example of a gas is what?
It's carbon dioxide.
So we can go with that one. Are you seeing that?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. But yeah, thank you for the response. Let me have another school now. I know there's another school having another answer. Another answer. Where are you? Another answer. The one which is having child poverty. You told me that your school is called what? And you can tell me again. You remind me. Child poverty. Remind me the name of the school. Unmute. Okay. Light vocation. You can unmute now. Light vocation.
Can you hear me, teacher?
Yes.
Another solution is that carbon dioxide is an acidic oxide because it dissolves in water to form an acid. For example, carbon dioxide, carbonic acid.
It dissolves in water to form what?
To form acids like carbonic acid.
Like carbonic acid. Now, first remain there. Don't mute. So you say that carbon dioxide is an acidic oxide because it dissolves in water to form an acid like carbonic acid. Now, when we are responding to this, you recall the question is saying assess. It is here. It is saying assess the what? The product. This is a good point you have given us. But now when you're responding, we can always start from what they have told us. Assess the product. So when you're assessing this product, we say the product is an acidic oxide. Are you seeing that? Because it dissolves in water. For example, now we give the carbon dioxide. But of course, when you give this one also, we can't mark it wrong. But we are looking at how do we perfect our response. What is your name?
Kazola Regan.
Okay, so Kazola Regan has been able. Now you rephrase your point very well.
My point is the product is an acidic oxide because it reacts with water to form an acid like carbonic acid.
Have you ended? We have not seen example.
For example, carbon dioxide.
For example, carbon dioxide. Thank you very much. Let's give him a 1. Those who are with Kazola, let's give him a 1. Thank you very much. Now we have 3 points here. The first person, Helen, talked about covariant compound. Another person talked about it being a gas. And then the last person has talked about it being an acidic oxide. Let me hope at our schools we have also looked at how we can categorize oxides as acidic, basic oxides, neutral oxides, and amphoteric oxides. So there are some cases where you can categorize in that area.
But what am I saying? Choose the category that you can easily explain very well. Otherwise, if you put acidic oxide and you can't explain, which means you lose a score for explanation. If you use gas, when you cannot explain why it is a gas, then you lose also that point for explanation. Then appropriateness. Now, are you saying other words we can use? Assess the product. Here they have not told us categorize. Just saying assess the product. Then here they're saying advise the friend on appropriateness. I think they have not talked about suitability. This time around, appropriateness, how appropriate, how is it suitable to do its function. So even here they want us to talk about properties. But properties of what? Of the product. And our product is carbon dioxide. It is midday. I want us to go to section B. You can just have a look at my responses, but we have already talked about them. We want to move faster. So here you say the product is a covalent compound which is formed by sharing of electrons. I said the keyword is sharing of electrons between nanometals. Example, I put the first one, I put carbon dioxide. Don't people start with sulfur dioxide, yet you have a live example in your scenario. And even if you don't put these ones, even if you don't put them, what you're looking at is our example. One example is enough. Or we can consider it as, we can say the product is an acidic oxide, because when dissolved in water, it forms a weak acidic solution. For example, carbon dioxide. You have still given the example, which is carbon dioxide. In part B, where they're asking appropriateness, we give the properties, and we say that at least 4 properties. And they're saying carbon dioxide is inflammable, it is colorless, it reacts with metals and bases, absence of toxicity, so it is not very toxic. That's why it can be used in controlled environments like greenhouses. So we have put, now someone is going to ask, do we need to explain those properties? You don't need to explain them. So long as you're explaining the properties according to their the use. Then part C, it was calculating. Let me hope you have been able to calculate. We have been able to calculate and you have your response. Your response, please make sure that you have your response. You check whether you have 40 decimeter cubed of carbon dioxide at RTP. RTP is room temperature and pressure. Room temperature and pressure. In part D was the side effects. Side effects of the product, which is carbon dioxide. So that is it. And I want to end that item at that. If you have any other question, we'll ask in our last minutes. Let's go to section B. Now, in section B, we have some few tips. Don't forget that we have been looking at section A, item 1 and 2. Now, when you come to section B, it is divided into 2 parts, part 1 and part 2. And we're going to see what do we expect in part 1, and then what do we expect in part 2. But before we go to part 1 and part 2, we have some points or tips. Number 1, I'm going to read them because of time. Now, for those who want to note these points, just summarize in your book. You may not write everything, but have it in your mind, the key points to note. Number 1, when making a write-up, I believe you know very well that in chemistry, we don't have speeches of yours. Those people start, my name is this, I thank God. You know, how are you people? I think you're very fine. Introducing yourself, taking 5 minutes, 5 lines introducing, no. In chemistry, we expect to have a write-up. Have a write-up. Now, we're saying that your write-up, you can start from anywhere. So long as you put whatever we're going to be talking about in this session in that part. So long as you start with that part, no problems. But you can start from anywhere. So there is no particular order in which to write your write-up or the essay. Just make sure to write about each of the items we are going to highlight or that we are going to highlight in this session on part 1 and on part 2. Number 1 and number 2, another point to note. Much as the item may require you to make presentation or write letters or things of that sort, do not waste your time on the formalities like greetings. Attack the item directly. Are we there? Attack the what? The item. Stop those things of introducing yourself and what because they have told you to make a what? A presentation. Attack the item directly. Start your write-up on the key points that you're supposed to talk about. Now, for scenario items, some scenarios items may be quite lengthy. Yeah, you'll find in section B, when we have some scenarios, they are lengthy. They are saying that take time to read the scenario, take time to understand the scenario, then you relate the key idea, the key areas, and then you write them all. It is very possible in section B to respond to an item and they get a 0. Why? Because you didn't understand what they are asking. So when you read the scenario, make sure that you understand what they are asking about. Let me hope that one is. Read the scenario, understand it, relate, find the key areas, and then you write about them. If you find they're talking about maybe manufacture of oxygen, talk about manufacture of oxygen. If it is sodium hydroxide, talk about that one. So what we need to do is to read very well, understand what is it that they want you to do. So that is what that point is telling us. Then another, look for responses within the support material. Sometimes the scenario may not give you clear response, like you make it very clear for you to understand what they want very well. So what you need to do is to go to the support material. We shall look at some examples where you have a scenario and the answer is not there, is not coming out very well. But when you look at the picture, you get the response as fast as possible. So don't forget, and some learners have thought that the support material is just a formality. They put their support material. No, that every item has a support material. No, a support material can be in the scenario itself. It can be a diagram. It can even be a statement in the scenario. Therefore, you don't think of support material as only pictures. Support material can be in any form, a text, a table. In mathematics, you normally see tables. Those are your support materials to relate to. So make sure that you utilize the support material to derive your responses. When you use the support material, this will save you the headache of recalling what response you can draw from the support material. Then don't forget, write the chemistry. We have seen some scenarios where learners are writing. It is about pollution. A learner to write about pollution, and then they forget about even writing about any chemistry. Yet you could find that during that, what is causing the pollution is the maybe combustion reaction, which involves burning maybe a fuel in air. So if there's anywhere where you can write that equation, put it there, so that we don't forget our chemistry and we write only only the ones and we forget our chemistry. Where necessary, write the equation. I'm not saying that to put equation where it is not necessary. Put equation where it is necessary. Let's dive very fast to these were just key points to note. And when we are responding to section B, items. You can just take a screenshot and you'll remind yourselves later. We just want to be on time so that we complete the full paper. Let's look at section B, part 1. Now, section B, part 1 is where we have item 3 and item 4. There are 2 items and you select only one item. Don't forget that section B part 1 is about industrial processes. And this industrial process can be about, it can be on large scale or it can be on the small, scale. Small scale or on a large scale. Anything about manufacture, anything about production, industrial process, it is under this area. And that's why we find it in section B part 1. There are these items there in under section B part 1, under this element of construct, that a learner appreciates the contribution of chemistry to our economy. And they are all about industrial processes. So the accessible areas of this, we have manufacture of chlorine, sodium hydroxide. I believe this one you get it very well in senior 4. That's why we get this. Cement and lime in senior 4. Fertilizers, we have them in industrial processes also in senior 4. But also in senior 2, you looked at some fertilizers under salts. Okay. Ethanol, you have this in senior 3. Biogas in senior 3. Oxygen and nitrogen in senior 1. Don't forget. This one, we have it in senior 1. Detergents, we have it in senior 3 and in senior 4. So detergents can come in this part, and also they can come in item number 1. But in this part, it is just about manufacture of this detergent. Talk about soap-based detergent or soap detergent. Sulfuric acid, you have it in senior 4 and 3. Extraction of metals, we have it in senior 4. Of crude oil, you have this in senior, that is senior 3 last topic, and also senior 4 industrial processes. Water treatment process, some people forgot this and they no longer read about industrial water treatment process. The purification process and sewage treatment. Here we have the purification process, and we also have the sewage treatment. Please don't forget to go back to senior 1 work. We have this, and we also have the one for oxygen. All these are coming from senior 1 work. Then nitric acid, we also have it in senior 3 and senior 4. So those are areas, but doesn't mean that these are the only ones. Any work that you talked about, which was about manufacturing of any given product, it falls under section B, part 1. What do we do when we come across such a number? Number 1, the basis of assessment. These are things that we do. Maybe for those who want to say that words are not big, I think there we can see them very well. Okay. So basis of assessment. Number 1, we need to read the scenario very well and we identify the raw material. Then number 2 is the raw materials for what? For making that product you have identified in the scenario. Then number 2, the process of production. Now, under process of production, we include the vessels, the chemical processes, the conversion, desired product. Then coherence disturbs people. Coherence is the logical flow. Like when you're writing those procedures or the process, are they flowing from one step to another step? Or you're starting with producing the product, then you go to the first step. We're saying coherency is the logical flow of your steps. Then we need have the purification process, PR. So when they're scoring, you always find there the V, CP, CD, CH, and PR. Whenever you find that, it means that the CH is for coherence, PR is for purification, CP, chemical process. Then we have the conversion to the desired product. Don't forget that another paragraph should be talking about the side effects. Please don't forget, it is side effect of the process of production. There's a very big mistake learners have been making. When they're writing side effects, they write side effects of the product. Yet here we are looking at side effects of the process. It is side effects of the process. And don't forget to talk about even the mitigation. Then the last paragraph is about the social benefits. Social benefits of the process of production, not social benefits of the product. I emphasize, it is social benefit of the process of production. Okay, now we can move on to, these are some of important tips for section B, part 1. I want to request one person to just read for last the first tip. The one who can be very fast, very fast. The first tip. Saint Elizabeth, are you ready? I'm seeing your hand up. Hey, Rena Steak, you're on mute, faster. Rena Steak.
The side effects or dangers must be identified, explained and mitigated, or well explained and mitigated, i.e. the dust produced in the cement factory can end up in the respiratory system of the workers and cause respiratory complications, such as asthma. The workers must wear protection in form of masks to minimize this.
Thank you very much. I think that point is very, very explanatory, self-explanatory. They're saying that when you're writing the side effects or the danger must be identified, explained, and mitigated. And those are 3 scores, by the way. Identify the danger, explain that danger, and then you mitigate. For example, have you seen this example? Like during the process of cement production, this point can be a very good one. They say the dust particles, the dust produced in the cement factory can end up in the respiratory system of workers. You seeing that? So the danger is the dust being produced, then ending up in the respiratory system of workers and cause respiratory complication. I think that is the effect. We're explaining it. Workers must wear protective. This is the mitigation. See where all the 3 scores come from. Those are 3 scores. Now, point number 2 is about the social benefit. The social benefit must be identified. Then the effect of social benefit and impact. I think those are 3 scores: the impact, the benefit, effect of the social benefit, and then must identify that social benefit. So you have identified, give its effect, and then you give the impact. Let's look at this example. They're saying that the people living around now, they were still under, like if the question was about production of cement. So they're saying that the people living around the cement factory can get employment opportunities. That is the what? The benefit at the factory and earn income. The effect of getting employed is earning the what? Income. Then what is the final result? This allows them to afford the basic needs. That is the impact. I think the 3 scores where they're coming from. There is the benefit itself, there is its effect, and then the impact. So when people are employed, they earn income and they can afford the basic needs. So that is something that you need to put in mind when you are talking about the side effect, the social benefit. Then point number 3, that don't forget to show the chemistry. And we are saying where necessary. So write equations, especially when describing the process of production. So when you're writing the process of production, you can always include the what? The equations. Where necessary, please. Where it is not necessary, don't write the equation. And write equation if you know the equation. Otherwise, you put the equation which is wrong and you miss out even your scores. If the symbolic has failed, use the word equation. Make sure that you don't miss out. Use your chemistry, the equations, but they can be in word or they can be in symbolic equations. Then you don't have to outline the vessels. You don't need to show us that materials needed or the vessels needed. No. The vessels were meaning the apparatus. The vessels used to disturb us. The vessels were meaning the apparatus or the materials you're using during your experiment. So we're saying that you don't need to outline them. Instead, what you do, embed them. Let them be embedded in your description. Finally, mention all the raw materials. Please look at this. It is optional. You may outline them. You may not outline them. You may not. The word is may not. It means if you are to outline them, it has no issue. You may not outline them, but mention them within your description. So which means you can list them first. And even when you list them first, I believe in the description in one way or the other, you will still mention them. So we're saying that all the raw materials, you can outline them or you can embed them in your description. Let's move direct to item 3. Item 3 is there. Just one person to read for us to tell us what they want. I believe since you already have the questions, you tell us as fast as you can. Who can read for us? Icon College. Icon College, you have gone. St. Catherine Secondary School, unmute. St. Catherine Secondary School. St. Catherine. St. Catherine, you read for us. Mm.
Okay. My name is
Okay.
Okay, the question reads. The National Agricultural Research Organization, NARU, has reported a shortage of nitrogen-based fertilizers in the country. To boost agricultural productivity and soil fertility, the government has contracted an investor to establish a fertilizer manufacturing plant in Kigali town. However, the investor is uncertain about the scientific process involved in producing the fertilizer and the possible effects the plant may have on the environment. Thus, as a chemistry student, prepare a write-up to the investor to clear his doubts.
Before you unmute, you mute yourself, please be there. What do you think they want us to do in this scenario?
I think they want us to describe the manufacture of nitrogen-based fertilizer.
Could you give us some examples?
Example.
Nitrogen-based fertilizers. Which one could you talk about as you?
We have ammonium fertilizers. We
Ammonium.
have ammonium nitrate.
Ammonium nitrate.
Nitrate.
Okay. What else?
Yes.
What else? Ammonium nitrate. And then number 2?
Ammonium sulfate.
Ammonium sulfate.
We have urea.
Urea. Okay. Okay, let's have those ones. Which means in simple terms, you're telling us that this question is open to us to choose any fertilizer, but so long as it is a nitrogen-based fertilizer. Are we there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay. She has led us very well in reading the scenario. So when you look at this scenario is very open to nitrogen-based fertilizer, not any fertilizer, but nitrogen-based. And she has given us some examples like ammonium nitrate, ammonium sulfate, urea. I believe you have in your books different nitrogen-based fertilizers. So when this question, if it was in your paper, I believe you could be one of the people to at least pass it very fast. Why? Because it has very many options. You choose, so long as you choose from nitrogen-based fertilizers. But there's where they'll give you this scenario, and then they give you a support material showing you maybe ammonium sulfate, which means in that scenario, they want you to talk about ammonium nitrate. But for this case now, they have not specified, there's no picture, which means this statement is our support. Our support material is here. It is shortage of nitrogen-based fertilizer. That one should give us the basis of our responses. So our responses are going to base on that. One school to tell us, you recall there are three things we have talked about. Number one, we said we need to talk about the raw materials. We need to talk about the process of production. We need to talk about the side effects of the production process. And then finally, we talk about the social benefits of the production process. In simple terms, we want to see these paragraphs. The first one talk about raw materials. In production of any of these nitrogen-based fertilizers. Another one, process of production, side effects, and then social benefits. Any volunteer who can tell us the raw materials for the fertilizer of your choice? Raw material. I want us just to be fast so that we finish this. What I want is for us to get the concept and then we can go and practice, because we have seen different topics, different products that we can have in this area. Let me see who is ready. Mamba Secondary School. Mamba Secondary School. Yes, Mamba Secondary School. Mamba Secondary School, please, you can speak. Okay, let's have Three Angels High School. Three Angels High School. Okay.
Yes, please.
Hope
you can hear me better.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, this is Chiza Alex, Three Angels High School, Bondibujo.
Okay.
As per the scenario, cyst is an open one. And it's a nitrogen-based fertilizer. If I'm to manufacture, let's say like ammonium nitrate.
Ammonia, yes.
I may need nitrogen. I may need hydrogen. These ones, they help me to generate ammonia.
Yes, okay.
Then there, I can need also nitric acid.
You can also need nitric acid. That is good. Would you like to take us through in the process of production? How do we manufacture ammonia?
Okay. Now, like maybe when talk of ammonia here, we shall talk of like manufacturing ammonia. Since it is on industrial level, we need to produce enough. Then in the shortage here, we're going to manufacture on large scale. This ammonia, to get good volumes, we are going to manufacture it on large scale by Haber process.
Good.
Whereby we are going to react these two gases, that is nitrogen and hydrogen, in the ratio of 1 to 3 respectively, because for the reaction, nitrogen is going to combine with hydrogen to form ammonia. And here we shall be able to go and balance. Anyway, we shall write the equation for the reaction.
Yes.
Yeah, but now we are carrying out this reaction here under high pressure, but at low temperatures, because it is an exothermic reaction. It involves production of heat.
Okay.
After forming the ammonia from that reaction of the two within the reactor, that is the reaction vessel, we shall condense this ammonia here and first purify it by a process called methanation, purification of the formed ammonia.
Okay.
By methanation. And then obviously you said that I take you through how we shall form ammonia. I don't know whether I can continue from there or I can first off from there.
Okay, can you continue and finish?
We can give it just one other person to continue from there.
Okay, but thank you very much. At least you have done us good. You have given us the raw materials and you have really taken us through how ammonia is manufactured. So which means finally another person is going to take us through how we can get the nitric acid, and then nitric acid will react with ammonia to form ammonium nitrate. But before I request for another person, I see our time is running and we need to wind up with this. There's one thing I want us to mention, especially when we're looking at these fertilizers. When you're looking at these fertilizers, on the raw material, it's good for us to mention, like the way he has told us, that we need nitrogen, hydrogen, and then finally we shall need even the nitric acid. So the raw materials, let's not put ammonia. Ammonia is coming from nitrogen and hydrogen. So nitrogen and hydrogen are the ones we are starting with. Therefore, those are our raw materials plus the nitric acid. And we move step by step. What do we start with? Manufacture of ammonia. After ammonia, we go to nitric acid. After nitric acid, we react the two. And then we finish the process of production. Then, I think from what he has given us, that is okay. Let's have another school take us through the side effects. I want someone to give us how side effects can be framed. How do we phrase our point for side effects? By show of hands now. Let me see. Okay. Which light vocation is this? Yes, light vocation, light vocation, then Hill City Secondary School, you take us through the social benefits. Let's be loud.
I think you can hear me, Chair.
Yes, I can hear you.
This is Alina Fesar. The side effects, we can phrase them like during the process of production, there is the release of toxic gases like carbon dioxide, which may lead to air pollution in the environment. This hence leading to respiratory diseases and suffocation to people and illnesses. This can be mitigated by the process, by the manufacturers installing the catalytic converters to convert those toxic gases into harmless ones.
Now, before you put down your microphone, I've talked about releasing of harmful gases like carbon dioxide gas. But don't forget that we are manufacturing ammonium nitrate. I see in manufacture of ammonium nitrate, do we see any carbon dioxide gas?
Which I've been giving the effect in production of any fertilizer, but I've not specified ammonium nitrate, or whether ammonium nitrate or what, but I've given according to the production of any ammonia fertilizer, like urea.
Okay, that is good. Now she's able to identify that if it is maybe manufacture of urea, there is some carbon dioxide which can escape and goes out, and this can bring about some illnesses like respiratory diseases, and she has given us how we can mitigate. One thing I wanted to emphasize is that our side effects should be related to what we are manufacturing. If in your process there's nothing like any carbon dioxide, don't include. But if in this case you are manufacturing like urea, then carbon dioxide could be part. But in this case, since it is ammonium nitrate, then we have to consider something else, like now ammonia, because there is ammonia gas. And I believe in ammonia gas, when it is released in a room, you can't remain the same. It will affect, there are those who are allergic to these gases, and they can affect them or even cause some irritations. So one thing I want is to always stick on point and also respond to the scenario. That is majorly where we make mistakes on side effects. So Sarah, thank you very much for that point, and I believe it has been very clear to us on those who are joining us. Now let's have these people of St. Francis unmute. You take us through the social benefit. How could we put the social benefit? St. Francis. Yes, St. Francis. You unmute. I'm not hearing you, please. You're still muted, St. Francis. Unmute. Okay, good. Tell us your name first. Oh, you have muted again. Go back and unmute. Unmute, please. You have muted again. Unmute. No, I'm not hearing you, girl. Let's unmute. Okay, good.
My
You
name is
start.
Kenisa Rosette, St. Francis Xavier. One of the social benefits is it provides employment opportunities to residents, which increases the income. Therefore, the increasement of income, it changes the standards of living among the people in the community.
Oh, can those people give you a 1? That was good. Thank you very much, St. Francis. Rosette, that was a good answer. And you get all the 3 scores. I think now we are getting the concept on how we can respond to this item. When you're looking at social benefits, 1 point, but which is very well explained, and that point can give you the 3 scores. You give the benefit, you give its effect, and you give its impact. The benefit was employment opportunity. Its effect, it is the increased income. When income is increased, the impact is that actually there is improvement on the standards of living. Okay, so that is it. The item number 4, it is also answered in the same style. So I just want us to look at sample solution here, and then we see how best we can wind up with this. When you look at this, I say that in this, can talk about ammonium fertilizers like ammonium nitrate, ammonium sulfate, urea. These notes, you have them in your books. You have them in your books. What you have been looking at is how do we make sure that we maximize our scores. I don't expect any learner to get less than 6 under this section. 6 out of, like, if it is out of 11, I'm giving an example. I'm not saying that every time section B part 1 scores will be out of 6. You never can score any item according to how they want. What you need to do is maximizing your score, putting whatever we are talking about. So we're saying that if we are talking about ammonium nitrate or ammonium sulfate or urea, those are the 4 things that we need to include, the ones we have been talking about. The ones like raw materials, the ones like process of production, then you go to process of production, side effects, and then social benefits. So in this case, I'm going to demonstrate something small on ammonium sulfate. I'm looking at ammonium sulfate. I want to be faster so that we wind up with this. Now, the raw material, we have said nitrogen from air, hydrogen from water, gas, or where else can we get nitrogen from natural gas, not water gas? This one we need to remove. Hydrogen from natural gas. Then nitrogen from air. This one we can remove it. Then you have sulfur and air itself. Now, sulfur and air, these ones are for manufacture of sulfuric acid. Yeah. Then nitrogen and hydrogen are for ammonia. Because in ammonium sulfate, we expect to react ammonia and sulfuric acid. So what we do? Process of production. So we are saying that first is the production of ammonia. So we produce ammonia after getting our raw materials. We have our raw material, it is here, our raw material is here, our raw material is here. That is our raw material for manufacture of ammonium sulfate. Now, someone's saying, what if I put sulfuric acid here instead of putting sulfur and oxygen? Because this air is oxygen specifically. Even if you put oxygen, it will still be marked right. And also, even if you say nitrogen, hydrogen, and then sulfuric acid, it will still be right. At least we have included the raw materials. Now, process of production. Do you recall the things that we said we need to include? The vessels. Now, we say that the vessels, we don't need to list them. Instead, we can embed them in the process of production. So we shall be looking at them, the vessels. And then chemical processes, conversion to desired product, we shall be able to see all those here. So I'm just giving a sample here so that we wind up. Nitrogen and hydrogen gases are purified, dried, and mixed in a volume ratio of 1:3 respectively. So there is mixing in that in a reactor vessel. So this is our vessel. These are our raw materials, nitrogen and hydrogen. They are mixed. This is a chemical process. Are you seeing that? Now, when you come, the mixture is passed over finely divided iron catalyst. This is a condition at a low temperature, the temperature of, is this low temperature? It's okay, but at the temperature of 400 to 500 degrees Celsius. Some books will use 450 degrees Celsius and a high temperature of 200 atmospheres. Now, hence forming ammonia. So this one, we have already formed our ammonia. We have included even the equation. We said, if you have forgotten how the equation is written in a symbolic way, use the word equation. You'll not be penalized for that. But include those equations to show that you're doing some chemistry. Now, after manufacture of ammonia, we need also sulfuric acid. Now, how do we get sulfuric acid? Sulfur is burnt in air. Now, when you're burning sulfur in air, that is a chemical process. It's a score. Then there is even the equation. Now, it is burned in air to produce sulfur dioxide. Then the sulfur dioxide is purified and dried to prevent poisoning of the catalyst. So this is the purification of sulfur dioxide. It is then heated. Now, when it is being heated, it is a chemical process. At a low temperature of 400, and now this is the conditions. Then we can also include the what? Equation where necessary. Like there, we can include that equation. Okay. Now, after forming sulfur trioxide, we're saying that sulfur trioxide is then dissolved in little concentrated sulfuric acid to produce oleum. We have oleum, and finally this oleum is the one which is dissolved in a given amount of water to give our sulfuric acid, our desired sulfuric acid. So after getting sulfuric acid, we are not yet there. You recall we are forming ammonium sulfate. So we have formed ammonia, we have formed sulfuric acid. Now where we are going is formation of ammonium sulfate. So I'm saying that ammonium sulfate is then formed by reacting ammonia gas with concentrated sulfuric acid. Can even put that in the reactor vessel. We can include that word in the reactor vessel. We can always include those ones, the vessels. Then finally, the fertilizer is concentrated by crystallization. This is purification. So you also get a mark for purification. So that is the process of production. We have seen in the process of production, now here it is conversion to the desired product. That is CD. This is where we have the CD, conversion to the desired product. So you have seen that all the other key parts have been included. The raw material, the vessels, the chemical processes, conversion to the desired product, and we have seen the logical flow. We have a mark for coherence. Coherence, we said, is a logical flow from one step to another step. Please note down your questions. You'll be able to ask some questions. Then ammonium nitrate, we shall not go through this one because I believe we have it in our books. I just want us to go direct to side effects. Someone has already given us the side effects and the social benefits. I just want us to go through like one of them and then we wind up. Side effects of the process of production of fertilizers. So I'm saying that there is, during the production process, there is emission of ammonia. Isn't it true? Good. Ammonia, nitrogen oxide, and sulfur oxides that pollute the air, causing respiratory. That is the effect. Then how can this one be mitigated? It can be mitigated by installing catalytic converters. There is a problem we have these days. Learners are installing catalytic converters. They're using them anywhere. Even when you're burning charcoal, install catalytic converters. So catalytic converters have become catalytic converters everywhere. They want to install catalytic converters even when they are making soap. You see? They want to put catalytic converters even when it is bush burning. So please make sure that you put the mitigation where it's supposed to be. Are we there? So here you get the point. The point is having 3 scores. You get all the three scores in that case. The 3 scores are there. One for the danger, another one for the effect, another one for the mitigation. Social benefits. Social benefits, we said, is the source of employment opportunities. Please, we are looking at social benefits of the production process of ammonium sulfate. So I think it's a source of employment opportunities, hence bringing about improved income and therefore better standards of living. So you can see here you get all the 3 scores. How? This is the benefit. We have identified it. After identifying the benefit, you tell us its effect. Its effect is that it will bring about increased income. And finally, the impact. When income has increased, then there is improved standards of living. Then these are the other points that we can have. Increased revenue, which brings about improvement in infrastructures and then development in the society. You can see still it is a very good pregnant point. But what did we say? Just one, we need only one point, which is very well explained. Don't put very many points. Put one point that is very well explained. I want us, if you have a question on this, you'll ask. But let's go direct to, this is your name paper for last year. paper for last year, it was about manufacture of copper. But we may not go through it. But still, when you're looking at this one, we still use the same knowledge. We use the same knowledge, and we make sure that we put the raw materials, process of production, side effects, and then we put the social benefits. We can find this question for last year from our teachers. They can give it once, and then we practice. I want us to go through the last part. If you have a question, you note it down. The last part is one of the simplest parts, but one of the parts where people make some mistakes. Just take note. Right now, where we are, I don't expect anyone failing a number in section B part 2, because these are areas which, this is an area which is very simple for us if we have understood. So I want you to pay much attention. We go through it, and then we see how best, if you have any question, you'll be able to ask. Now, in section B part 2, it's where we have item 5 and item 6. And these are all about the natural resources. Natural resources. It is under element of construct, which says that learners appreciate the existence of natural resources in the environment and their importance in daily life. Do you know examples of natural resources? We have listed some of them here. Here, a natural resource. Water, a natural resource. Rocks and minerals. Fossil fuels. Trees and vegetation. Carbon-based fuels. All of these are natural resources. Now, what is expected when a question comes under this section B part 2? I'm going to be faster. When it comes in this section B part 2, this is what we are expected to do. Number 1, read the scenario. From it, categorize one example of the natural resource. Okay, good. Categorize. Please take note, it is categorizing one example of natural resource from the scenario. Give its components, that is what we call the composition, and then we give the example. So we have categorized, categorize one, there's example, there's category, and then there is composition. And then we give even the reason. I think I didn't include that one, giving the reason. But in simple terms, our first paragraph, when you're responding to item 5 and 6, should be summarized in CLE as CP. CLE meaning the category, C, R giving the reason, and E giving the example. Then CP is the composition or components of that natural resource. Then the second paragraph, in this section, our answer should be summarized in 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph, we have summarized it in CRE plus CP. The second paragraph, describe one human activity from the scenario that endangers the natural resource. Give its impact and mitigate. In simple terms, we are saying that identify one human activity affecting the natural resource, then we describe how it occurs. Are we saying that? How it affects and its effect, and how its effect can be mitigated. So there are around 4 things. Number 1, identify the human activity. Describe how it occurs. Tell us how it affects. Tell us how its effect can be mitigated. Where possible, you can use equation wherever possible, but it's not a must. But you can use an equation where possible. Then finally, the last paragraph. Please, I don't expect a lot of Rugam. I don't know Rugam. A lot of words. Don't use a lot of words. Stick to point, go to scenario, identify what you have talked about, and then you move on. Don't talk a lot. Now, the last paragraph should explain. Please, the word is explain. By the way, you can see everything here. The word here is explain. Here it is describe. Are you seeing? So, which means we don't want things of listing, you know. Explain one benefit of natural resource or importance of the natural resource. There is NB here. The NB is saying keep in line with the scenario and task. Look at the scenario, read the task, and you'll be able to, you keep in line with the scenario and the task. If you have a question on this, you'll ask. I want us to go direct to the question. So we're going to read the question. We identify the natural resource that is being affected. After that, we look at human activity that is affecting the natural resource, how it is occurring, its effect, and finally, we look at importance of the natural resource. Who can read for us? The full question is there. We have a few minutes. I want us to utilize them so that you don't miss out your lunch. We want to finish at least in time. Just want to look at this and then we finish. Yes, please. Any hand up? Oh, what's wrong?
Let's second Joy.
Okay. Yes, please, you read.
Yes. My name is Julius. Yes?
Yes, please, you read the scenario.
Kisoro, a cynical village nestled among the rural areas of southwestern Uganda, has relied heavily on stone quarrying as a major source of income. The region's rich stone deposits have provided many residents with work through the extraction and sale of stone. However, continued quarrying has resulted into serious environmental concerns, including seasonal weather changes, water shortages, poor air quality, health risks, and water contamination. In response, the government has launched community awareness programs to help address this challenge and educate residents about the impact of quarrying.
Task?
Thus, as a chemistry learner, prepare a simple write-up that the government should base on when addressing the resident.
Thank you very much. Now, when you get such a scenario, we're saying read the scenario very well. When he was reading, I was able to underline this word, stone quarrying. Then, don't forget to utilize even the pictures, the support materials that they have given us. Look at our support material. We're seeing what that lady is doing there. That lady on the side here. Also, in the second picture, you can see what is happening to our water. In the second picture and the third picture. Stone quarrying, but the water which is nearby has been also affected. In simple terms, when you look at this scenario, which natural resource is being affected? Do we see the different natural resources that are being affected? Let's put them in the chat. How many natural resources do you see that are being affected? Now, after identifying them, talk about, choose the one which you can easily explain how the human activity in the scenario is affecting that natural resource. Choose the one whose composition you know very well. Choose the one whose side, choose the one that you can easily explain very well. Because I can see in this scenario we have like two natural resources we can talk about. For example, natural resource here that is being affected here. You have stones when stone quarrying is taking place. Isn't that a natural resource? Good. And number two, when you look at this picture, when they are doing stone quarrying, there is even our water here. Our water here is being affected. I believe you can see that. We have this lady who is breaking our stones. It is a natural resource. Our water is being affected. whenever stone quarrying is taking place. In simple terms, human activity here, there are not very many. We have to be careful here now. The human activity that is affecting our natural resources is only one. Is here, I have underlined it. Our natural human activity is stone quarrying. So our human activity is stone quarrying, but the natural resources that are being affected are, we can see two of them. I think even another person can see even another one. Someone is seeing air. So when they are breaking stones, don't you think even our air is affected? Yes. So which means we can have three natural resources that are being affected: water, stones, and air. But how do we make our point? How do we phrase our point? That's what I want to show us, and then you go and try out the item number 6 with our teachers. Let's look at the solution here. But as I say, this is not not the only solution. The one I want to show us here. It is here. So we have the response here. Okay, the response is here. So here we are saying that locks, I chose out the locks. The locks are being affected. We have seen a girl, a lady, not a girl, a lady who is breaking our stones into smaller parts. Now, which means our stones are being affected. Now, this is one student. Another student can see what being affected in our picture, which means that person can categorize the water. For me, this time round, I have identified natural resource as locks. There is a mark on locks. Category, it is a non-renewable natural resource because it cannot be replenished by natural process. Then we have gotten all the 3 scores. After that, we categorized. Now, the rocks can be categorized as igneous rocks, sedimentary rocks, and metamorphic rocks. But what is inside these igneous rocks, sedimentary rocks, metamorphic rocks? Igneous rocks consist of quartz, olivine, feldspar. Now, do you need to put all these ones? If you don't recall all these ones, what do? You choose the one you can explain. Rocks, for example, igneous rocks consist of this. Are you getting that? Doesn't mean that now when you have forgotten for metamorphic and sedimentary, then you die. No, don't die. The saying that you can choose one. They are categorized as igneous, sedimentary rocks, and metamorphic. Example, igneous consists of minerals like this, and this. So at least you put 2 composition of those locks. There are some learners who have been making errors when they come on locks and they're putting composition. They just say locks are composed of minerals, and then they end there. When you say that, you don't get all your scores. You need to tell us which minerals are those. So that is our first paragraph. Then the second paragraph is where we identify the human activity, explain how it occurs, its effect, and then its mitigation. You can see our second paragraph there. I have put around the 2 points, 3 points, but doesn't mean that you need to put all those. But if you can manage to put them there. But we shall choose only 1 point, which will give you all the 3 scores. But what are we saying? Choose the human activity, stone quarrying. How does it occur? Stone quarrying produces dust particles which erode into water bodies, hence reducing, are you seeing the effect? Hence reducing water quality. This can be mitigated by extracting carefully and use of personal protective equipments. So here, but the answer for this is extracting carefully very well, because it's the one which will prevent particles from going into the water bodies. So which you see, we have given 1 point, but helping us to see human activity, how it occurs. This is how it occurs. You say dust particles. Then after that, it is giving us how it affects, and finally, we're seeing how it can be mitigated. have another point here that stone quarrying removes topsoil and creates ditches, which degrades the soil environment, hence affecting growth of plants. So this is how it occurs, its effect. And then we're saying this can be mitigated by feeding the ditches. You can see that is also a very good point, which is very well explained. Now, the last paragraph is about the benefits or the importance of natural resource. Now, here we don't talk about the importance of the process of stone quarrying. Instead, we're looking at importance of the natural resource, which is rocks. So here we're just looking at importance of rocks. So we say rocks are broken into hardcore gravel used as material for construction of roads, bridges, and this because they provide a strong and stable foundation that can support heavy loads, preventing, are you seeing? It is one point, but giving us all the three scores. The benefit is used for construction, but why its impact, we'll also talk about it. Because here you see, for construction, because it provides a strong and stable foundation, and therefore preventing structures from collapsing, and you get all your scores. You can just take screenshot. I believe because of time, we cannot go very far from that. I don't know whether we have some learners who had some questions, but that's where we have come to. Maybe Mr. Kazuba, you can advise on whether we should add some few minutes, like maybe 5 to 6. I get some few questions, and then we close.
Yes, I do recommend let's get some few minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's have some questions, and those who cannot, those who have questions, you can put in the chat. We look at those questions, then others who can raise up the hand and ask. We use.
I had one question, yeah?
Yes, please.
The natural process. Are we supposed to use one infusion or?
I've not had on the what, on the process, eh?
Yeah. Is there any use of one infusion allowed?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to respond to that. Let's have another one. Another person. Another group with a question. St. Mary's, are you having a question there? I saw your hand up. You unmute. St. Mary's, Assumpta. Let's be very fast. If you don't unmute faster, then we move.
Our question is concerning part item 1. If you're giving the advice, is it advisable to give the differences of the product in a table form or not?
Okay,
Then
thank you. I'll respond to that.
Will a student be penalized when? Okay. Is it possible to take us through item 5 again?
Item 5 again, eh? Okay. Okay, thank you. Another person. The angels, you have a question? Mute.
Now, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Oh, thank you for the presentation, Teacher Isaac.
Okay, welcome.
My concern, I have like 2 concerns. One, it is on item 2 for section A. Like there on the other suitability of the item that you gave us, is it in the right order? You know, I asked you, you didn't respond to it. Is it in the right order? Like scenario was talking of a preservative. You know, like maybe in the scenario they're talking of food easily gets spoiled. And now you have categorized the food additive. Maybe it was missing a food preservative. Okay.
Yes.
You're responding now on the function or the use.
Yes.
And then you end up bringing in concepts of like how we are now we are explaining how it works now, the use, not how it works, given the function or the use. You talk of improving on appearance. Do those things match? That is the concern where it is.
Okay.
Then another concern I have is about this issue of industry, the part one, industrial processing.
Yes.
Like this item we had for the fertilizers.
Yes.
Personally, I'm seeing as if it is becoming bulky and heavy. Because I'm saying it's almost becoming like an item having triple industrial processes. We are making ammonia. We are making this maybe nitric acid or sulfuric acid independently, and then finally getting now the fertilizer itself. Now, my question was, what if I've just maybe like talked of how we shall get ammonia from nitrogen and hydrogen? I have explained very well, have a process, I've got my ammonia. Then in the next step, I talk of that formed ammonia maybe being reacted with nitric acid if I'm making a ammonium nitrate, or being reacted with sulfuric acid if I'm making ammonium sulfate. Lastly, as I quit off, my question is on this, still on the natural resource.
Okay.
Here, where it is very open, like they don't even mention exactly which natural resources. They say natural resources have been destroyed, and then the National Environmental Authority has put in now intervening those issues there. They have not mentioned any natural resource. Maybe they think due to increasing population that were around. How do you approach that?
Okay.
Otherwise, I appreciate service.
They have not. There's that question which you are asking. Like this one, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm seeing
Have
that.
you seen it?
Yeah, I'm seeing it better.
Okay, so they are saying there has been a rise in destruction of natural resources countrywide for the last 10 years, and this has attracted the attention of officials from National Environment Management Authority. In the scenario, there's nothing like human activity. Are you seeing that? The officials are planning to sensitize the people countrywide about sustainability of natural resources through a nationwide television broadcast. So they have not given you any human activity, but in the pictures, there's something that you can see. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, bush burning is there.
So which means the human activity you are going to consider is bush what? Burning. In the second picture, what is there?
Something like smoke.
Is it mining and construction?
It's like smoke.
I can say it is mining.
Yeah,
because I'm seeing some black things here and some vehicles moving around.
There are vehicles moving around. There is a tractor there. Are you seeing the tractor? Yeah. There is some water nearby there.
For me, I can think of extraction or mining.
Now you think now we can be able to identify which natural resource is being affected and human activity. Have you seen that from the picture?
From the human activity, yeah, from the support material. Then now, what if the item developer has set an item like it is of this format, but is not putting the support material?
And even in the question, there's nothing.
Yeah, in the question, it is like the way it is, the way you are having it here, and even has forgot to put in the support material. Maybe talks of like, let's talk of like because due to increasing population.
Yes.
That is the statement that has been mentioned there. Can that one work as a human activity? Increasing population?
Due to increasing population or due to increasing settlement?
Yeah.
Which means now I think there is a support text there.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
I think there's settlement, which means when there is settlement, they are cutting down, maybe to clearing the land, cutting down, which means at the end of it all, there's a natural resource that they are they are affecting. Which human activity they are bringing about the what? They are setting up the building. They are constructing. They are settlement to expect people are building the what? Houses. Which natural resource are they affecting? You explain. In your explanation, an examiner or the one who is calling you will be able to see it is in line with the scenario.
Yeah.
I think that one is very clear now.
Actually, I appreciate very much.
Okay, welcome. Finally, do you still have any other person with a question?
Mr. Isaac.
Oh, yes.
One question was about item 2.
Item 2.
Item 2. In case they have not given you a question asking for the purpose of the material or element, can I include my purpose on any part of suitability when I'm answering about?
Oh, okay. I'm going to respond to that. Another person?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Could you please elaborate more on the use? I had talk about something like the use, talked about something about the properties. Could you please elaborate more on that?
Okay. I think let me take only these questions and then we wind up. I see time is running. So I think we elaborate more on the properties or use. Okay. Thank you. Let's respond to these items. I believe the first question was responded to about where do we get the human activity. It is either in the scenario. If it is not in the scenario, then it is in the support material. That's why I said from the beginning, let's utilize the support material and the scenario itself. So that when you relate the two, you'll be able to solve a lot of time wasting in that case. That is number one. Then there is someone who asked about industrial processes and was saying that as if these things are becoming very lengthy. We are producing ammonia, we are producing nitric acid, and things are becoming very many. So when we have finished manufacturing ammonia, is asking, can't we just react ammonia with nitric acid without manufacturing nitric acid? You're showing the process of nitric acid. So in this case, what we do, instead of leaving out some things and we want to summarize our process of production, we can look at ammonia being produced by Haber process and you summarize it. Ammonia is got by Haber process through this and this. And then we come to also nitric acid. We take through, we summarize it. And finally, we react because we don't want someone to write industrial process and then says in ammonium nitrate, get nitric acid, react with ammonia, then you get ammonium nitrate in one line. And then you have gotten your ammonium nitrate. We want a learner to show that actually this learner knows the process, is coherent, knows the process that we go through. We first get this, we get the other one, but we can summarize to reduce on the ones, them being very many. But it is very good for us to know the process of making ammonia and nitric acid. Then after that, we react them in the reactor vessel. Then there's a question you talked about. Maybe let me talk about this one. Who has been talking about the item number 2? The purpose. If the purpose of material has not been asked, can't we put it under suitability? Oh, can't we put it under? Where do we put it? So if it has not been asked, maybe they have asked only 2 parts. Part A was about category. Part B is about suitability. Then part C is about the choice. And it ends there. Now, on the choice, we can help this person know that this material, for example, iron, can be used for this. But this iron, when poorly disposed, it can lead to this and this. And therefore, you need to mitigate, you need to help us, and you need to do this to avoid these dangers. So it's not what they have not asked you, don't include it. Make sure that you're responding to the question that they have asked. If they are asking you the choice,
Just do the choice. If they're asking you the suitability, there are 3 parts, respond to the 3 parts very well. Maximize the scores the way we have been talking about them. Then the one who asked to elaborate more about properties and use. Now, on item number 1, we said that item part 2, after categorizing, part 2, we talk about how the product works. If you talk about medicines, and we have medicines like analgesic medicines, for them, they work by inhibiting or inhibiting those senses which know that there is pain there. So they act by relieving pain. You see that? That is how analgesic medicines work. How do antibiotics work? They work by inhibiting the growth and development of bacteria. You see that? How do food additives work like preservatives? The food preservatives, they work by prolonging maybe prolonging the spoilage of the food. That is food preservatives. How do thickeners function? You tell us how the thickeners function. So it depends on which category have you put up there. Now, when it is about detergents, you're talking about soap detergent, soap press detergent, and part B, they're telling you, explain to this person how the product works, which means in this case, you talk about the cleansing action of the soap detergent or soap press detergent. The good thing we know that the soap and soap press, they all have the same cleansing action. Yeah, that is the one for elaborating. Then there's the one who asked on item number 1, when we are devising the difference, do we need to put the differences in the table or not? I believe in my example I gave the solutions, I didn't put the differences in example. I just said natural food additives are this, while the other ones are like this. No need of putting in the table. The table was given to you in your book and you had very many points, but this time around in the paper, you need only 1 point. Put it in 1 line. That was about the difference. Then someone was asking about, still on item number 2, suitability. The question is about maybe the preservative. Then someone is coming on the function, is talking about how it works. Please, when you're giving what you have categorized, if it is a preservative, then the function, you should be telling us how the preservative works. I think that one is very clear. The one who was asking on that. If the category is a preservative, even the function should be telling us how the preservative work. The way I said, the preservative, they help in prolonging the spoilage of food. So we make sure that we talk about exactly what we have categorized. Okay. Someone was asking, can we go through item 5 again? Yeah, this video is going to be shared. I believe Mr. Kazbe will work on it. You'll be able to access the video and you'll be able to see what we have been talking about, item 5, and then you try out item 6. The good thing, you have the discussion items. Otherwise, I want to appreciate each one of us for paying attention and for sparing this time. There's this word which I've put here, enjoy the beauty of chemistry. Don't forget to enjoy it. Wherever you are, chemistry is everywhere around you, even yourself. You have some carbon atoms on your body. Therefore, you have your matter. You occupy space, you have weight, but also you have chemical composition. Chemistry everywhere. Let's make sure that we maximize, we get A's this year, and it is very possible. Just begin today, start practicing what you have gone through today, get questions on each item and practice. Where you get issues, please make sure that you inquire so that you can be enlightened. Otherwise, I want to appreciate you. I hand over the microphone to Mr. Kaziba. Okay.
Mr. Kaziba, I'm done. I think. Okay. Thanks for attending. Let's go and enjoy our lunch. May God bless you.
Yes, thank you so much, Teacher Isaac, for the wonderful session. And thank you so much, everyone that has been able to.
Recording in progress.
Thank you so much, Teacher Isaac, for the wonderful session. And I want to thank all the schools that have been able to join this session. We are going to continue with these sessions next week. And I'm going to be sharing the timetable that we shall be following. And that we shall have next week. We shall have a facilitation. And then we shall have IRE, we shall have entrepreneurship, we shall also have literacy. Let's check the Holistic E-Learning Platform YouTube channel. You'll be able to obtain YouTube. In case there is any session this week, the channel to access we are going to be sharing reading material. I'll be sharing everything on that channel, and we shall start from there the coming. Thank you so much, everyone, and let me wish you all the best as you prepare yourselves for the mock exams. Thank you so much, Teacher Isaac, and I want to thank all the schools that have been able to join in. As on videos, turn them on, and in case Teacher Isaac used to tell the contents, kindly you can go on.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice time.
Okay, thanks so much, and students seated in the main room share with us. Have a lovely afternoon.